melakukan pengetahuan, pengalaman, ya, dan juga sumber daya yang saling melengkapi, ini perlu terus dilanjutkan. Sehingga ke depan kita mampu menghasilkan keputusan maupun tindakan yang lebih holistik, lebih efektif, dan tentunya berkelanjutan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to ITB Campus in Bandung, West Java, and welcome to the East Great Hall of ITB, or we call it Aula Timur, designed by a Dutch architect Henry Mecklenpont in the 1920s. It's been pleasure for the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, or SAPPD, to host this such important and global forum coordinated by the Architectural Association School of Architecture. My name Aswin Indra Prasta, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs of SAPPD. On behalf of our school, we would like to greet all of the speakers and participants. We are sorry to inform you that our Dean, Professor Sri Mariati, is currently on a business trip, so she cannot attend this event. She sent her warm greetings and appreciation to all fellow speakers and also participants. Special thanks we would like to address to Professor Raul Bunchoten from TU Berlin, Dr. Andri Widjowijatmoko from Architecture Program of SAPPD ITB for coordinating this event, also in collaboration with Escola de Cidade and also University of Sao Paulo, Brasilia. We would like to thank all speakers of today's event, Dr. Kemal Taruk, MBA, Advisor at Large to the Minister of the National Development Planning or Bappenas, my dear friends, Bapak Sibarani Sofyan from Urban Plus, John Palmesian from Territorial Agency, Nasin Mahtani from Climate Emergency Software Alliance, Bapak Hendro Sangkoyo from the School of Democratic Economy, my very good friends and also AA graduates, Dr. David Hutama, David Wijaya from Ibuku, my dear colleagues, Dr. Alice Nurdini, Dr. Jehan Sasiregar from Human Settlement Research Group of SAPPD ITB, and of course, Dr. Andri Widjowijatmoko from Building Technology Research Group SAPPD ITB. Our fellow academicians, practitioners, and also students, this event is a part of the 3 global seminars by the AA School that aim to bring together professionals, academics, and students to discuss a rapidly changing natural environment, planetary architectural challenges during the relation between global production and supply chains, the forest and the city, and the metaspaces. The theme of Conscious City is a provoking statement that hope to trigger a fruitful and a meaningful discussion among us today. Among all technological marvels that are still advancing, cities, particularly in developing countries, have their own issues and has to live with all interconnected factors that affected to its inhabitant. I'm sure all speakers are very resourceful and could give insights and new perspective to us participants. Technological disruption combined with creative industry and design place architecture at the cultural center of designing a better human habitat on this or other planets. It will be an interesting and engaging discussion that we will have from today's speaker regarding this conscious city. So I hope all participants have benefit from the discussion from the morning session up until afternoon session. So without further ado, on behalf of SAPPD ITB, we officially inaugurate this forum and hope all participants have a great time on discussion. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause for Mr. Aswin, who's sadly, unfortunately, couldn't be here today. Okay, and then we're going to move on to our next course of event, which is an introduction from the morning sessions moderator, Professor Raul Bunchoten himself. Give a round of applause for Professor Raul.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Raul Bunchoten, and I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the AA Architectural School in London and for this session of the Global AA Alumni Forum. I'm very happy you're all here, and you're all those that are online. I'm very happy to greet you as well. And yes, this is more useful. Thank you. Switch to more advanced technology is always useful. And so it's great. I will keep it very short. I'd like a few images here just to back up what I'm saying. Could you just start my? I'll show you 3 images very briefly, and then I'll introduce the actual speakers coming here to keep in the timeline. A few years ago, actually before COVID, so before this kind of revolution we've just had before, I led the first of 4 TU alumni, TU Berlin alumni forum here in Bandung. My first time in Indonesia. It was not at the ITB, but it was down the road. And then I did 3 more, and the last one was actually called Conscious City, and we held that in Jakarta and in Surabaya. And that was kind of when the smart city wave came to an end, and I realized we have to move on, and whatever our future is, it is both yes, based on technological advances, but also on a new understanding of nature. So hence the 3 titles for this whole conference series of the Conscious City. The first one is about the second skin here, which has to do with the kind of urbanization taking over, you could say, the skin of the earth. The second one is called New Nature, will be taking place in Sao Paulo. And the third one, Meta Spaces, which will relate effectively to all these kind of spaces that humanity is creating on top of the first skin of the earth. And meta, of course, as you know, is a well-known term, but this term comes from my time at the Architectural Association many years ago. I'm just going to be a bit pedantic and set a kind of warning here. Why are we doing this, and why is the Conscious City linking our general technological and cultural thinking to a new understanding of nature? Because it has to do with the need to understand nature as a kind of intelligence, and that's the sketch has to do with this kind of new intelligence that we humans have to understand. If not, we don't survive. One point before I go in there, I'm very, very pleased to be here and to be in this hall. If I look at the way that this hall is constructed, it's the first time that laminated wood is used. I think I've never seen laminated wood used like this before, and it's absolutely spectacular. And we will talk about some examples of nature-based or biogenic construction materials in some of the lectures today. So please note how it's made, because it's absolutely unique and spectacular. Next, please. So I call it 0 and values, right? With one of our infographic spheres, you'll see a few more in my lecture. What are we doing to the earth? What are we doing to ourselves? Next, please. And just to remind you, whatever we're talking about takes place within the climate crisis, as it's now called. And here you see just a synthetic report on that by the IPCC. And next, and since we as architects and urbanists contribute to 40% of CO2 emissions to global CO2 emissions, we have to be part of this, and we have to find a way that we lower these curves. This is really, like I said, a pedantic warning. We always have to work towards these curves. If not, we'll stay up in there. And probably if you follow probably if you followed all the news of the heat waves in Europe taking place now, those are just symptoms, I would say, but they're strong symptoms of what is happening. And next, please. Next, please. Yeah, and the ways handling these things that you see on the hand, the risk of species loss, very important here in Indonesia, heat, humidity risks, food production impacts, and so on and so forth. is a stark warning, and there are only so many ways that we can deal with them, partly the SDGs. But we as architects have a big responsibility, and that's why the title Conscious City comes from. But consciousness here really means human and natural consciousness. Now I would like to briefly introduce the speakers for the first session, and I'd like to introduce to the stage here Sofian Siberani and Kemal Tarok. Just to, oh, you just stick up your hand, you say hello. So, yeah, so I think for time reasons, let's move on. And so as first speaker, I would like to now introduce Sofian Siberani. We're going to have fairly short sessions, and so we're going to try to keep time for discussion. I think what I ask people is, let's say, bring in what the key points that you believe in and that you work on, and so we exchange about those key points. So, Sepp, word is to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning everybody. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu semua. Semuanya semangat? Yuk kita bikin acara ini rame ya. Banyak hal yang akan kita pelajari hari ini atau kita diskusikan. Semoga materi yang saya sampaikan ini mungkin bisa membantu untuk mengangkat diskusi ya bersama dengan teman-teman semuanya. First of all, I'm going to use English back again. It's now in Indonesia. Thank you very much for AA alumni and also ITB to invite me on this very interesting talk, and I'm trying to use the best of my time. I got 20 minutes, but Capital City is something that is ongoing for almost 3.5 years for my life now, and have a lot to share. I like to share with you. And in fact, actually, the title that I have in here is In Search of Future Sustainability, a model for Ibu Kota Jakarta, Ibu Kota Nusantara. Yeah. So as you probably know that what Raul just now mentioned, that we have a very big task of trying to achieve and to get to the target of sustainability by 2030 and 2045. And I think one of the effort that Pak Jokowi is trying to do is to reposition the Indonesian capital city to be right in the middle of Indonesia. Borneo is the place. And what he encompasses on this is not only just a physical move of the capital city, but it's also a move of mindset, a move of transformative effort. And he tried to achieve the advanced society, Indonesia Maju 2045, which is having three pillars. One is the national identity. The second one is sustainability, which is a very prominent for our topics today. Smart modern international city as the third. I'm going to talk more about on the second aspect of this. Not really sure that I have time for the first nation identity and also the smart, but I will touch on that a little bit. Okay, just to start with, right after the competition, I'm here because we won the competition, of course, if you probably don't know. And after that, just a couple of days after the announcement, 13th of January, I still remember the date, we won the competition in end of December, less than a month, the president already joining the Abu Dhabi. And he has made some speech, which is something that set the tone for the capital city. Smart metropolis, 80% renewable energy, zero emission city, best technology and innovation, low carbon, pedestrian friendly. This is all big words. This is all something that easy to listen to, but really hard to realize. Let's just talk a little bit more about the context of the planning, yeah, just to get everybody's head around the scale of it. This is the boundary of the capital city. It's located between Balikpapan and Samarinda. Size of this, in terms of the area, 256,000 hectares. This is something related to probably Bandung Raya or Jabodetabek, yeah. If you count Bekasi all the way to Serpong and then all the way to Bogor, that's about the size of that, which is the pink color. And then we have the KIKN, which is the core city area, about 56,000 hectares. That's the size of Jakarta, DKI Jakarta, Provincial DKI Jakarta. And KIPP is the dark one, is 6,000 hectares, is about the size of a township, almost like BSD gitu ya. BSD is about 6,000. So 3 different level of planning, 2 million people within the pink area, and then about 200 to 300,000 in the dark core area. Each of these have centers or functions, cities, yeah. So we have 9 cities. Each of them has some a theme like this. You have government city, economic city, financial, entertainment, education, innovation, so on, and many etc. So what we are focusing more on the first one, which is the black one, the dark red, which is the core capital city where the palace and all the government as administration will be there, and most of the government spending is being there. Okay, and zooming back to 2019, when we got selected for the competition, the theme of our competition at that time was Negara Rimba Nusa, literally translated into state, forest, and island, which encompasses the meaning, the city of that is built on the wisdom of the land. We are the nation of the archipelago. We are entering Borneo, which is a forest, and this is the presence of the state. We very much using the environmental narrative to really build up the story. And our site at that time was much closer to the water. So the notion of the archipelago is something that is strong. Later on, we are moved to the upper hills. So we are now slightly changing the concept, not as much archipelagic anymore. But if you look at this is 3 different schemes. The left one is done prior to the competition. What I'm trying to say is all this growing, more or less talking about capital city. They all have the same brief. They all have the same sort of like requirement, but look at how very different solution. So this is where we are coming. We have a professional who try to translate the build form or the master plan that still address the idea, but then it may come in the different forms. The first one was done by a PUPR consultant, and this is Ronco. And then the second and the third one is the second and the third winner of the capital city. This one called Infinite City from the scheme by the Cornell University. The third one is the Pasribu Jalur, yeah. So this is the scheme by the Harvard sort of like friends, yeah. So very different. One is very futuristic. The other one is very village-like. Let's go through really what is the KPI. This is something that is generated by Bappenas and translating the goal and objective from the president. And this is actually part of the mandate in the Perpres 63 presidential decree about the capital city relocation. I hope you can relate to these numbers, yeah? 10 minutes. I'm just putting the highlight on the red. 10 minutes city. Basic access, basic necessity within 10 minutes. This is actually used to be 15-minute city, coined by Carlos Moreno. We Indonesian, we don't like when we say other people achieve 15, we'll do better. We'll do that. If possible, 1 minute. Everything in 1 minute, right? So we reduce it to 10 minutes. And then second one, 70% open space. Just imagine. Do you know how much open space in Jakarta? city? Yeah, it's almost 9 ish if we don't count the graveyard. If we count the graveyard, it become 9. But the graveyard is not even open space. This is 70%. It's the other way around. It's more green than the developable area. Net zero emission, no joking, whether we can achieve it or not. Percent reduction of temperature. Raul just now mentioned showing the plan 1 degree, 2 degree, animal will die. We try to reduce 2%, 2 degree. It's easy if we have air conditioning, yeah, from 20 degree to 18. But this is a whole city. We cannot just shut down the climate, the temperature by 2 degree without really doing a lot of effort. 80% public transport in the city. Currently, the best city that has the chance of public transport where we have MRT is Jakarta, 1 line. Our public transport is 16%. Singapore, that has almost 12 lines, is about 60 something percent. Hong Kong, that has more than Singapore, is not even 70. The one that is near to 70 is Tokyo, that has 53 lines. Capital city asking for 80. The problem is when. This probably will happen when you and I not in this room probably, yeah. But it's probably the young generation will use the 80% target of public transport. But this is a very high, and 100% alternative energy by 2045. This one has a little bit of timeline in there. 100% alternative energy in Kalimantan. You cannot use water reservoir because it's very little height difference. We don't have any geothermal. We cannot use, we can use solar, but remember, we have 70% open space. The solar farm will cover the trees. If you want to use the alternative energy by solar, then you have to have a solar farm. The solar farm will negate the open space. So this is all the contradiction that will happen when you talk about capital city. And my objective right now in here, at that time when we received the first work by the Ministry of Public Works, is how to interpret this vision, the goals and the targets, how to respond the context, how to respond the nature, what will be the model for urban development in Ikn that also meet all the KPI, although there's a lot of contradiction to it. And secondly, how to design. I'm going from the scale of the planning scale to the urban design scale, urban planning and urban design. What would be a sustainable urban form in this context? What will be the built form that respond to the nature? And how to push the thinking forward. I'm putting the Nagara Rimba Nusa using the environmental narrative. Even I push the idea of biomimicry. We'll talk about biomimicry slightly later. And how to regulate and shapes, because when you design thing, it's gonna be built. And our job as a professional is to guide the development and regulate it so we can actually come into the product. But what I'm trying to push forward is also, remember, it's a smart city and the future looking city. We need to start to think about how to shape the future. And this is the role of the performance-based urbanism, parametric modeling tools to guide the urban forms. So we talk about, now the first one is the planning, yeah? Just to give you an idea, this is the location. It's not flat like Jakarta. It's not like Bandung too. Bandung is also kind of like this in the Dago area. It's, I call it annoying bumps. Ngeselin. Kontur yang ngeselin. Kalau mau lebih tinggi, besar sekalian kayak gunung gitu loh. Tapi kalau mau kalau this is where you have 200 meters of 30 elevation, and then another 20 meters you go down to 20, and then another 20 meters or 30 meters down you go up 25. So it's very, istilahnya apa ya, bronjolan gitu ya, bopeng gitu ya. So, and yet we still have to design a city on top of it. So the approach that we introduced was, we try to at least one thing that we need to do is to have a good data, which is LiDAR data that we gain from the BIG. And then what to do with it, we try to keep most of the high ground, and we also keep the low ground. We don't try to put too much to the low area, especially the flood and the sea level rise, and also the tributaries and the riparian. And it will be something that I will show later how meticulous and how detailed that we have to deal with the greenery and also the riparian will be something that of interest. And also the road network that connected, we really try to follow the contour. We don't like to do a grid or usually city. If you look at all capital city in the world, they in the new one they impose certain geometry and certain sort of like form, but in here we can only do it in very limited options. The rest is we follow the nature. So one thing that we can push a little bit on the form is the notion of axis, something that is embedded also in our culture to have a sumbu, yeah, the access to the nature, access to the higher being, and access to the where the man is located. So we are putting man in between of nature and higher being, and then we also put in the axis of the Tripraja. We call it the triumvirate, yeah, executive, adjudicative, and legislative. And then after that, we also put in the greenery axis, which is the green corridor that allow the upper land and the lower land to connect for the water, the ecology, the animal to pass through. And this is the more important one, the interesting one. 70% of the green area will be located not only just a lump of green, it's also it coming into the fingers of the green, which is very tricky because this type of river, we call it river category 3 and 4, category order 3 dan 4. In many prime city in Indonesia, we only keep the order 1 and 2. The first river and the second river. We don't do the small little kinks in there. And it's all lost in the, when it comes to a city, it's lost in the development area. So here we help the green will help to ventilate the city, to reduce the temperature. Remember about the temperature reduction, to also allow the wind to come in, the water to also come in. And we try to put in also a mix of uses, a diverse city, so people don't need to move around too much. Instead of, for example, if they do main only housing and also office in one place, they have to move around a lot. Here we try to bring in vibrancy, we bring in diversity of product and also land uses. And then here's where the contradiction between the KPI come in. 70% green, but at the same time has to be 10 minutes. At the same time has to be public transport 80%. And everything has to be 500-meter walking distance to transit node. Can you imagine if I have river, I have pumps, I only have 30% of the area can be developed, green all over my place, and you ask me to walk in 10 minutes to get everything that I need. And I have to be 80% public transport, and I have to be in walking distance of 500 meters. We can't even have football fields more than 2 flat area in the capital city. So with this, we end up with a question of what would be the urban form that strike the balance between density. The key answer is density, and also optimal walking distance, and how to craft it into a model of the town that can allow people to walk within the 10 minutes of their own region and move it around with public transport. We need a very rigorous public transport that can take people from one place to another. They can shift to transport mode. The 10 minutes is probably within the circle, but then you need to take another 10 minutes to go to another place, right? But then you will depend on the public transport first and using less cars, and then build density around the transit. This is a transit-oriented polycentric city model that we try to achieve, still allowing the green to come through, but also building density and vibrancy within the public transport nodes. Yeah. So this end up being almost like the Nagara Rimba that I also try to achieve in the first scheme, where we have the islands of development area surrounded not by water, but surrounded by green. And with this, we hope that Within this 10-minute city, we have a density, diversity, and design, the 3Ds, that allow people to walk around within that area, and priority is put on the pedestrian instead of car. Okay, so the next one, let's go down to the next level of detail, which is the meso scale, the urban design scale. What would be ideal form and shape that we want to do? And I'm thinking about forests of Borneo as our idea or our inspiration, and we want to emulate nature into our built form, having the high emergent area, the canopy, understory, forest floor, and buttress roots. And this is where we think that if we translate this into city, what if we can take energy from the top, the rooftop, which is solar, which is happening in also the emergence. In the middle one, it's all breezy, it has branches, it is interconnecting things, so we can have interconnectivity bridges. Also, we have the forest floor for the podium and also the piloty development. And then if we can also bring in diversity at below, allowing the water, the wind to pass through, and not to forget, build density around, and not to forget, in Indonesia, majority of the vernacular architecture is based on stilts. We do have this type of solution back in our culture, but we tend to lost it when we have urbanization day. And some of this come to some diagrams when we start to detail this area into the transit, polycentric transit-oriented nodes. When we detail it about 200 to 300 hectares of the land, we have a certain plant area that will build form. So this is the ministry's complex that when we face with the contour, what we will do with the built form, we try to build it on stilts. We try to build it on piloty. We liberate the base. So allowing the water, allowing the wind, allowing the people to pass through, and also following the contour easier instead of cutting and filling it and flattening it. Allowing the green, this is the one of the green finger, the river or order 3 or 4, which is roughly about 100 meters, 50 to 100 meter. But we try to create this connectivity. And usually in the modern area in Jakarta, if you do this area will become parking lot, usually, right? Or dumping site, or where you put in area at the back. So we try to bring in ecological corridor, allowing the ecology and the water to pass through, also allowing the complex to breathe. And the other one is the mobility. When we try to create 10-minute city, we need to put in the necessary infrastructure to allow people to get to the farthest, the shortest route. If you walk for 10 minutes, you have to go up and down. Try to walk in 10 minutes in Dago Pakar, ya. Will you go far or not? Dago Pakar tahu dong ya. Nah, coba jalan 10 menit dari sana. If you go around against the traffic, against the contour, it will be hard. We need to bridge this. I got inspiration from Hong Kong, where you have this very different heights. You allow the development to come in by using the bridge. And this has to be somehow proven someday how to get the 10 minutes, yeah? And then also to try to get the vibrant active edge, making the people want to walk on the base, because it will be difficult if we don't have the edge to the city and to the street, not allowing people to open up. As you know, the Indonesian city, a lot of the development use bricks and fence. We fence everything. And everything on the street side is all usually walls of the pagar, yeah, fence, or sapam. We call it sapam and walls edge. Okay, some of the study, we come into more architectural level later on. Once of the interpretation of how the density is being built, allowing the purity, allowing the green and the wind coming into an architectural product. And this is something may of the interest to see where if we can draw the inspiration from and the shape that is taken. And let me walk you through a little bit on the latest work that we did for the coordinating ministry, yeah? Oh, there's no sound, yeah? Soundnya nggak bisa masuk ya? Maybe from my laptop aja ya. Okay. So the ministry building use a lot of the connectivity. We try to bring in some bridges. We allow the base to be very penetrable. Environment and water coming in right in the middle of the courtyard. We use a lot of second level and also working area for the people, collaboration area, and a lot of penetration at the ground floor. Imagine probably something like the Green Office Park in BSD, yeah? So you don't need to use air conditioning for the building, and then shading and stepping, terracing it, allowing the cantilever to reduce the need for air condition and also to shield the sun. So that would be what I try to that we try to try to achieve for the building, and you will see this one coming, but it's only 4 buildings. Yeah, there will be more coming, but whether they are following the principle of this or not, this is something that we need to talk about, how to regulate and shapes the future and versus the current. So I'm gonna click very quickly. All those ideas now is embedded into a document called RPK. RPK is almost the same like UDGL, Urban Design Guidelines, or RTBL, yeah. And there are already 7 of this in the capital city in the KIPP. And I'll just walk you through very quickly what's inside, which is very standard: land uses, road system, the structural diagram, the land uses, the KLB, the plot ratio, and then also the building coverage, where the buildings are. If you look at it, we already put 6 buildings in. Try to see the density, whether it's added, and the typology of the building. But whether this is actually following the principles and also achieving the KPI is still yet to be figured out. Road system, and also the second level connection, trying to get the 10-minute city to be there and interconnecting it with public transport. And also the building edge, we try to regulate the building edge, trying to create also what will be the street and also the green street, etc. Also trying to make sure that the car entrances, the drop off is not in front of the road like number 2. The number 1 and number 3 is more preferred. So we try to sort of like regulate the shape and the form of the building so it can behave or perform better. And then also the greenery, we differentiate between the category of the green. This will be the guidelines for each of them, what can and cannot be done, how much is riparian, how much is parkland. And not only that, we follow all the way to the block level. So once within that 200 hectares, we come into the 1 or 2 hectare site. And we also we give them the idea of for example, how to site the level and in relation to the contours, because the contours is complex, yeah, in here. And then of course, within that, this is the guidelines for the investor if they want to come in. Some of the criteria is already there. For example, the KLB, KDB, this is a standard urban design guidelines, yeah. But then we add a little bit more about where the drop-off area, what would be the setback, and what kind of open space that needs to be performed. And then we start to put in also the performance base, and they need to prove to us that they can achieve those KPI. Of course, there will be standard like this. So this is what I call the conventional. So we try to go beyond the conventional and trying to impose certain level of parametric tools that is available today. I'm pretty sure for the student here, it's nothing new, right? But for us, the 90s generation, this is very exciting. I'm looking for some 90s generation here. Hello, Bu. Okay, so some of the, for example, solar radiation can be modeled, yeah. So how do we reduce this? How do we push the boundary of what would be the urban form that can allow less solar radiation? Or should we put in landscape? Should we put in greenery, for example, to create a better solar radiation? And what would be the role of canopy, for example? What would be the role of material? Yeah. And then we talk about shading, trying to also reduce, improve as much as possible the shading. Is basically the relationship between one building to another that help to reduce the temperature. And the third one is wind. We try to observe the wind by using modeling. We try to see what will be the building that blocks the wind, what will be the type of configuration that allow the wind to pass through, creating the wind tunneling effect that helps to reduce the temperature. So all of this, and the third one is the urban network analysis. We try to say, if you say 10-minute city, and we ask people, can you prove it? Can you prove 10 minutes? How can you make sure that people want to walk? And this is using tools. We look into, we try to put the model in with all the building sort of like steps look like, what will be the entrances, what will be the drop off, where will be the public transport, and see if we play around with the scenario of visitation. When you start to see, oh, a certain level of the area needs to be improved. That area that we need a lot of bridges, for example. So this is where using technology, guidelines needs to work harder than just a conventional guidelines that we use only the density of the building, the setbacks, or the KDB, or the coverage. Yeah. So the last piece that I want to put in here is how the KPI being translated, and us, the professional. I'm under urban design, but my fellow infrastructure, transport, and topography and geology also work with me. And we do environmental engineering evaluation, but then we also need smart dynamic modeling to make sure that we can achieve the KPI that is based on metrics. Yeah, because you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And if with this all continuous improvement using the team and parametric design, hopefully we can have a feedback and iteration to manage, control, and monitor all this using the modeling. It's available now. It's already easily accessible. So we try to use the digital platform GIS and BIM environment. And then at the end of the day, we try to do dynamic UDGL. Something that in the process, if this one is adopted by if it's adopted by the Otorita IKN, typically you only do the one on the right hand side. Usually somebody come with this design, schematic design, review, and you develop it, and then you permit. What if we expand a little bit? If you have a development proposal on the top, owner, which is OIKN here, need to have control, evaluate, and explore, and giving feedback before giving a yes. So you need to use the measurement, whether it achieves the KPI or not. And you'll also see not only into the design stage, but also on the operational stage where people monitor it using sensors, the climate sensor, disaster sensor, energy sensor, traffic sensor, to see the actual condition and the actual performance that can be used to manage the permits. So the permits is also given based on, if you say, okay, I cannot do alternative energy more than 20% this year. Okay, in 5 years, can you come back and say, increase to 40%? Because if everybody only doing 20%, we cannot get 100% energy reduction. Okay. So with that, we can have a district performance assessment, early warning system, city manager action using the technology. So some of this modeling is already available today. Is whether or not the capital city want to adapt the smart city principle and also using the performance space in urbanism. Thank you very much for the time, and I hope I'm not extending too much of the time. Sorry for the next speaker.
So, yeah, thank you. That, that was really very interesting. You warned me you would expand a little bit. It was fantastic. It was necessary. I think you you have a great, amazing project on the go. Probably with loads of challenges, and I think it was fantastic to see you work on that. We're running a bit behind, so I think the coffee break will shift a little bit backward. I hope you don't mind. But I'd like to invite Kemal Tarek. I just realized I hadn't actually introduced you with a profile, but you did yourself. And sorry, so Kemal told me he will introduce himself anyway. So as if he's here as a friend. Oh, okay. I'm sharing already. Allow me to share it. Okay. Thank you, Raul. Thank you for inviting me. Teman-teman, friends, colleague. You're asking with the 90 generation, right? I'm the 70 generations. This is the generation of Pink Floyd and Roger Waters. If you remember that names, and still very active today. I'm a friend of Raul. I met him when he's a friend of you Santoso of UNTARS. There's a kind of the German connection of Tarumanagara. He visited our campus, and then you called me and introduced me to Raul. And then after that, we have a long conversation and different ideas and about consistency as well. So then I'm coming as a friend of him, and thank you. I'm not an architect. I used to be in this campus for 11 years. So I've been in the department of planning. At the time, it's planning, architecture, and fine arts is one department. Now under SAP, PKK or PPK. So thank you. I've been here for 11 years until with the year of Hendro Sankoyo, they kicked me out in 1982. I remember that one. So this is my tentative response for discussions. Because Raul asked me, should I talk in the AA Architect Forum? Yeah, you just have to talk. So sorry if I'm kind of a wild card here, coming from the sky and then try to put my own personal perspective on this conscious city. And I put another word here, conscious territory, as another important word. So what is next? I have to move this up. Okay, so if you haven't yet opened the website of Chora, this is the first website I learned when I met Raul. It's a very, very interesting and very provocative idea, and the conscious city, even before we talk about the smart city, okay? So you mentioned about second skin and what next. So I just keep thinking, Raul, and then what should I respond to you? Your paragraph here, the first skin and the earth, and then we have a second skin now that, cover the whole surface of our planet Earth. But then because you mentioned about city, this is my old book in the 70s, but I'm still very much used as my framing. My background is urban planning here at the School of Planology, School of Planning here, but then I went around different journeys, so I cannot say myself what is my focus, but basically geography, political economy, human-centered action research kind of activities. And because my official training is on organizational studies, then institutional development coming into that space. So when we talk about city,
I started with you at UNTAR in 2005. We opened a graduate program on urban development up to now. And we have several workshops, seminars, including with friends from Karlsruhe, from Germany, from what else? There is a place, Darmstadt and those places, as well as from with Simon in UK. So then when you mentioned about city, then I put this very old ideas of Friedman. Good that we have Hendro Sangoyo here, our dear friend. Yayo is an alumni of Architect ETP year 1974, I think. You will be able to explore this idea. He's been working with Friedman himself. And I remember when he was in Australia. So please help me to explain further and make it more, concise and more detailed as a concept, an example. So that city normally, what we understand and what we practice up to now is the functional city concept. Yeah, it's an economic clustering. I remember when I was the UN Habitat Program Manager here for 4 years in Indonesia. I was still with the John Klaus when we started with the Habitat 3 conference at the time. Just kind of like, when I read in the Habitat official document, city as the engine of economic growth. You can, I just like, engine, machine, okay, and economic growth. Okay, then there's a response by Sasha Sasken and friends with the open cities. They question about the issue of engine of growth, but right much now, we see the city as still the economic clustering. You see Bandung here nowadays, completely different Bandung 50 years ago when I first came here. Completely different. So I don't know how I would express this one, but as an engine of economic growth, you can see all those costs of environmental costs and social costs as well. Yeah, it's an engine, then you need some fuel and used to put some exhaustion of all the pollutant, and then we see Bandung with all the traffic jam and everything, yeah, all the building and everything. By the way, I enjoy that you are part of the urban design team, the IKN. I don't want to comment on this one later on in the discussion. But the other point that is important from Friedman's point of view, if we see city as a territory, so the territoriality concept of the city. So then I highlight this one, yeah, as a specific social formations with political autonomy, and therefore historical and political entity. So the underline is not, there is so much words here on the economic and growth, but more on the social, political history. So if you see city Bandung with the social formation, history, political entity itself compared to the Bandung as an engine of West Java growth center, it's completely different mindset here that we apply. This is a different way of looking. So when Chora mentioned about conscious city, so which part of city we are going to think about? The first one as a functional city, as a territoriality of the city. So this is completely a bit different consciousness that we are going to develop if we have to think differently here. So I want to underline this is a very basic premise that we have to agree or not agree on the way we are going to say about the conscious city here. So then I quote here, I browse here and there about the conscious kind of things, and there are a couple of conscious citizenships movement here. So then, yeah, the challenge is to, you are the academicians, then with the student them to think critically about the information now, but all information in the cloud and the big data and everything. Yeah, and then not only to personal success, but support faculty, some of them are your faculty members here, about process and practice that encourage lifelong learners and consist global citizen. But what kind of consciousness here? Because UN Habitat still put the word city is the engine of economic growth. Yeah. Then, oh, by the way, I connected with Raul recently on the bamboo project. So I don't know whether it's relevant, Raul, but this is how I respond to your conscious city using our current bamboo building materials as a project that now Raul and I are trying to practice, implement, and have research on this topic. So I use our bamboo here. So you can substitute the bamboo here with the idea of palm oil, forests, you mentioned, bush in a forest or plantations, because I used to work in the late 70s when we still have with a very naive mind about the development. I came with a transmigration project in Kalimantan. First time as a Java city boy, I went to East Kalimantan and so amazed with the big, Meranti, the tropical forest at the time. And we proudly cut off those trees. I'm in the field with my team. And we went to build houses for the transmigration. So, and now 20 years later, I came back, all the trees is gone. Okay. And either digging out the soil for the coal or replace the trees with the plantation. So I'm a bit critical here because I myself personally have the experience and compare what the forest, tropical forest used to be and with the green Kalimantan as it's now. So not a topic. So the bamboo or the greenery here, I just put here my own words here. It's not simply another substitute for building materials. Okay. Although it's greener. You talk about green, it's green. The color is green. And you can claim environmentally sustainable, environmentally friendly vegetation for any park or whatever you are going to build in your city here. I don't want to put the bamboo as simple as that. Yeah. So even worse, if we use the bamboo or other material as a commodification of the nature for more fetishistic lifestyle, esoteric, tropical, nature, or vernacular architecture, and all these green things. The territoriality concept, I hope it goes beyond, because the bamboo plantation, trees, whatever you want to put it, back to the definition of Friedman, should have a specific social formation. Okay. And it's the ecological, I put here, ecology here, ecological and political autonomy of those habitat, those part of the nature here. And surely have a historical and territorial entities of the second skin of the earth. This is my response to your second skin, bro. So unless you have all those Friedman definition, social formation is clear there, ecological and political autonomy is there, some historical and territorial entities is there, then this is our second skin. But if you put second skin as the green plantations that cover the land use and looks green, and of course they put some O2, yeah. By definition of territoriality, this is not sufficient. So I'm back to my old reading in this campus in the 70s. The Paulo Freire, still very much sorry, I'm a kind of an old school kind of thinking here. He put the word conscientization. This is his own word, how to build conscience in the people's mind. Okay. So this is why when during our student years here, we campaign, we promote about the awareness, social awareness, and those things, because it's the reading in the 70s, the Freirean reading here like this. So then I just want to put this word here. So the role of architect, planners, educators. Yeah. We are not just a designer, we are also an educators, facilitators. Okay. on the social formation ideas here, is a foster process dialogue and liberation that will enable people, wherever they live, in this area in Kalimantan or in our city in Java, to reach critical consciousness. This is how the conscious territory comes along in this idea, but then we can use the bamboo in this regard, okay? And make it very clear but specific social formation. What is the ecological political autonomy and historical territorial entity of the second skin of the earth? And through our bamboo project, our park project, our new capital city project, our urban design project, our small park, the Ganesha project in front of this campus project. There are many things in the second skin that we can use to bring about this conscience about, so be conscious, oh, we are part of this second skin here and connect with the first skin. And then if people think that way, I hope this is the conscious city or conscious territory will come along here. I want to break to this point, but then I want to go into why then the second skin is so important and become an issue here, okay? I quoted the very famous critical thought when we deal with the environment and with the ecosystem. They call it the metabolic rift. So any development, capitalist, socialist, social democrat, whatever, that have an orientation of growth and development, quote unquote, then you have to take from the nature. Yeah, you have to break all the natural metabolism. And when human involved in this one, this is then the social ecological metabolism that we disrupt. Yeah, because I don't want to comment on your presentation, Barani, but because you just have the presentation, I borrow your your picture because the audience already look at the pictures. So where is the Dayaks community here? Where is the Dayak and the whole forest and the whole life with the forest? They used to live there. This is a social ecological setting of the Dayak community before the capital city was designed and planned. Then we come with this development, okay, with all the big ideas. I'm not against those ideas, but our questions, then this is how the social ecological metabolism being lifted out, and have then the consciousness of us should come and question how to bring it and put the social formation, ecological, social, political entity, history be there, not just as a symbol, not just as a building artifact, but it's a real life in the conscious mind and the people who live there. Yeah. So the people that work in this new city, whether in Jakarta, new city, or Bandung, new town of this area, it's not the real people that who live in this second skin originally, historically. So they are newcomers and they break out all the social metabolism of this area, this territory, and completely become a strange new skin. Then we cannot claim have a connectivity with the first skin of the planet Earth that they are located here, because the people is not historically linked with this territory here. Then the educations, yeah, conscious development could be part of building back all the consciousness. Oh, we are newcomers here, we are migrant here, but we have to connect with this history, the people here, and hopefully then we bring a new a transformation of a new social formation, next social formations, but not what disconnected from the historical roots, but the first social formations here. So how to do this? I don't know. I'm exploring here. This is why I call it a tentative idea. So I'm starting with the ecological economics basically. Yeah, I have a privilege to mix of these two gentlemen here, to scholars here. Matthias Ruth is one of the he writes, I think, 10 or 12 textbooks. I met him in Boston when he was the Dean of School of Public Policy and Open Affairs. Now, then he moved to Alberta, and now I believe he stay in York, in UK. Yeah. So, and Stanislaw is my fellows, the lead fellows. I'm belong to the lead leadership for environment and development UK-based fellowships. He's a friend of mine. I met him in Oxford in 2008 when I asked about the late David Pearce, the one of the environmental economists, figure, and then say, "Oh, you already passed away." And then he's kind of, "Come on, no more environmental economists." Come on, huh? What is this now? Now we are calling it ecological economics. What is that? Okay, and then ask him, and he showed me his textbook. And when I asked him, these two professors here, "Can I sit in your class?" And Matthias said, "I don't have a class. You don't teach ecological economics. No, you write the textbook, but you don't teach the class. No, the economic department doesn't allow these people to have their own course here." So this is academic freedom kind of things in the West here. So then so what you do, I just advise my student, my PhD student, if they want to use the economic principles. I just learn little by little. I'm a new student here about the ecological economics of principles. This is a different way to see how the first skin and the second skin interact. Okay. And I know some of you here maybe you're interested. You can go this one. I think ITB could be one of the leading institutions that teach ecological economics as a formal course here and use the framing to do their research and publication and everything. So I just browse here and then. This is the second skin and how the first skin related. Kind of the nature metabolism and the social metabolism, which is in culture. Yeah. So then there's an intercept here between nature and culture, social and culture here. So the society biophysical structure here. So between the material world and the human society should be somehow connected. And all those will be, if you use the system thinking, that will be easily, you can picture in the system dynamics kind of modeling and see how they are interrelated. And you put the data there and you can see how it works here in the real sense using now the big data things. But now they are a kind of big disconnected here. So there's another culture over there. You know, we call it the local culture, whatever, the indigenous culture, or the historical group of people, and the new development on the left. But if we try to put the new consciousness here, my proposal, let's work on this area because we cannot avoid the machine of development is pushing on now. Even in Ukraine now, the machine is becoming the killing machine, literally. 100,000 of people died for that kind of competition, whatever we call it here. So let's build the consciousness in this area, how this metabolism of nature will come with the metabolism of the social. Yeah. And interestingly, the word they use here in this human say live communication. It's human communication. It's not WhatsApp. IT communication, which the person is gone become the screen is on the electron. So it's kind of, I don't know, you can comment on me here. It's a kind of what we read in the 80s about the ideal speech by Habermas kind of things here, when the dialogue can be done in the ideal way with the interference for power and economy, everything. So we can have that kind of dialogue and see how we relate to the nature. Then we build the real consciousness here, which is very important here. Yeah, very important concept. That is why I love it with Raul's work with Shura here. So with this one, then normally then people and the green thing, we talk about the circular economy. This is industrial ecology. This is already written by Paul Hawkins in the early 90s. Yeah, but the ecological economy is beyond industrial ecology. So they are mostly have to be biodegradable and they relate with the human consciousness on how to produce, how they consume. So if they don't have a consciousness about the second skin where they live and how to connect with the first skin, if there is no consciousness, and how can you expect they can live in a more sustainable way for the future? Then my footnotes here, there are tools. I know you already using that one. I just came back from Beijing 2 weeks ago for a conference when they talk about the digital twin. Okay, this is just published last year. I know they use digital twins as a technology. This I talked with friends here from the communication and IT kind of colleagues. Yeah, you can browse it, open document here, so you can read there. I just quote some of the material from that document. There are only several cities using digital twins, and this is from the publication. But then I underline when you cover the stakeholders, this is the human thing, the community, the stakeholders, just not just the shareholder, even worse, yeah. It's the people who involved in this, in the whole process. So that's why I question where are the people here. So when we start with this idea, with the consciousness of the people who have the history and the relationship with their nature, this should be part of the. This is the technology being used here to be as a tool for the second skin, or perhaps the third skin, because we got twin. Yeah, this is one virtual and one-to-one connection, the virtual and the geographical real space here. So I underline here the stakeholders here, and the urban environment sustainable with the green ecology with this new consciousness here. Yeah, not just another tool for surveillance. Yeah, so this is something that we can use, we can work out. So this government suggestion that the policy and advising some of the government office here, why don't you use this tool and to improve the way you communicate and discuss with the people with the agenda of building the consciousness here. So then this is called by the document as a human-centric. This is an opportunity to use that word in a more serious way, in an ideal speech kind of way of talking, live communications. And then this tool will help us to get a bigger picture about what we are now live in our second skin. This is the tool I took from the application, the website on agriculture and forestry. Then we can use this tool as well, our bamboo perhaps, and then the forest and those things. So there are tools here that if you would like to. I'm working with friends here from geodetic engineering now. I'm experimenting with one of the village in the upper land of Tasikmalaya in Desa Taraju. So they have a traditional tea plantation. It's not yet co-opted by the big tea companies. So this original tea of those local village, I'm working with them using their Danny. I invited him to come and will introduce to all of you using this drone mapping, and then we have a very good way of detailed mapping of the village, even the vegetation. I know some of the people who very know doing the algorithm, they can capture different kind of quality of the land cover. Yeah, so it's just depend on the way you program using the same lens and the same picture, but you put different line of programming, you capture different information. So that's why we may be able to measure the energy, the entropy of the land that being developed or still maintained, and where then we make some modeling and we see the whole still ecological balance, how far the high entropy happened, the energy that being absorbed and used for some product in our life, and whether it's still so very much under the carrying capacity. So we can measure this one using this mapping technology. It's a platform. It's a platform used by the German company, used by the Japanese, by the way. It's a China, software, but they are very much open. And I talk with my friend, and we can protect our, because we don't do analytics in the platform. So analytics will be in our own desk, yeah. But we use the platform, and this is open and technically it's easy for use. You can make a rotation 3-dimensional. And one of our friend trying to use this one to check the capital city, Pasiparadi. when the ETP alumni was asked to provide the metaverse. And then we didn't get the data, just a footnote here. But the ETP mafia somehow they get all the data. Even data that under surface. So then surprisingly, this is the way I first learned, yeah. So congratulations, the new generation of the generation Z, that now you have all those tools here. Now just use this tool to build the consciousness of the people, yeah. You can see, and they turn it out because they get the data thing from friends, from the oil companies, I believe, yeah. And see, there is a what a fault right under the building that been designed and the two-dimensional map. So they put the data and turn it around, and it's a crack. So we have to move this here and there. So I think this tool is very, very helpful. Yeah. So then, and this is just a little example. Yeah? That's just amateuristic kind of voluntary activities by alumni here. But then we can officially use this platform. I advise the government to own this platform, not just under the what have to rent, yeah, with so much money that then we are dealing to this with one. So that's an example how they can use different way of looking at the environment here. So you can do the mapping, easy tools here, and hopefully it will be available for all the research here in ATP and other universities here. And basically want to go to to our conscious city for as Raul mentioned here. So I don't know whether to have some.
Kenapa?
Okay.
Ada.
Last one, yeah. Oh, I know. I'm here. Nggak apa-apa. Okay, that's my last slide. So this is the next, yeah. If you are interested, the ITB architecture planners and geodetic engineering or the geosciences you would like to do, let's do it under the Conscious Cities project with Raul and TU Berlin, and we can share all the information and hopefully then, so I don't know. So technology to raise consciousness. I don't know whether it's possible. This is a challenge for us. We are the technologies and educator, designer, planners. So hopefully it just meet your expectations. Raul, sorry. If you didn't, I can't here coming at this conference, but a big honor for me to be with you all. So thank you. This is my presentation.
They here or? Oh, sorry.
Yes, sorry, we're running a bit behind. Thank you, Kemal. That was really a great introduction to some terms that are, yeah, both historically known and also quite radical and quite new. And it was a beautiful follow-up from Step's lecture before. We're running a bit behind, so I'll try to be quick. But I think there's a debate starting. The whole idea of this AA forum, the triple forum, is creating this debate, and I think I try to interlink both with Step's lecture and with Kemal's lecture, and I'll take the challenge, Kemal. Let's see if it works. So I will talk a bit about the second skin. But I will have a subtitle called Building with Nature, because I'm concerned because of those values that I put in before. And those values are always measured, right? Kemal already mentioned you need data to manage something with. No, actually, there was Sepp that was mentioning that. And these are infographics we are developing. And these are environmental impacts globally. So this is not a decoration. These are facts. These are data of certain kind of environmental facts created on a point of the skin of the earth, and it will change our lives. Just to tell you, because I have 4 of these coming right now. So next, please. I will talk about very briefly about 4 parts. One is the supply chain urbanism, which is cities being created by global supply chains. So that is the way that cities form right now. And in a way, the new capital is part of this kind of gigantic trend. So the data you see here are about represent some of the data of the Belt and Road Initiative of China meeting in the Suez Canal in Egypt, just to tell you what you see actually here. That we have done a 4-year-long project of data management of those. Next, please. And of course, what happens in that crossing is where cities emerge and become different. Next. Yeah, thank you. And since we are in Indonesia, I wanted to show a few things that we have been doing in Indonesia. And this is some work that we did with the studio of students in Indonesia. We asked the question, okay, how do you hack and flip these global supply chains? Because otherwise we just give in and say, well, the global supply chains, they define our lives, but they also define what climate change will be in the next few years, and of course poverty and resource issues and things like that. So this is one project out of 20 that we are publishing at the moment. This is the question we like. Do you want a cookie, right? We like cheap, sweet cookies, and there's a high demand for that, and that means usually palm oil. And so this team worked on the concept of palm oil and you and the growth of population liking that cookie, but actually the palm oil, which is such an important part of this cookie here, comes from that tree. It's a nut is coming from that tree, and it comes from places like the Green Cross you see here, which is a site in Sumatra, and that site is here embedded in some of the lines of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is a global supply chain. So I'm talking about with the palm oil from here has to go to there. Next, please. And this project is about how material flows come together in these logistic supply chains. And this is a record of material flows through the center of the archipelago of Indonesia. And the question is, how do we build cities? Well, with material flows. And how are we able to shift those material flows from a mineral base towards biogenic based materials? So here you see just an excerpt of a building kit that we need for the creation of cities as one of other material flows like oil, like cows or animal food and others. Next. And this gets quite theoretical. The question is, if you have a process, for example, an agricultural cycle of palm oil, which functions like that, you cannot read that, but you can see it on your computer when we send it around. This is the flow process, the material flow process of palm oil. So it's an architectural process, has nothing to do with architecture. And this team postulated the hacking and flipping of this material flow process of agriculture, the palm oil, into an urban process. So what you see is the agricultural material flow, and the green bits are the bits we need to build a city out of the waste. That is a project to try to build a city from biogenic materials consisting of the waste of palm oil. And for that, you have to modify a material flow process. Next. So, and then they tested that further, and I'm showing you only a few glimpses of this. Right, the site is in the middle of Sumatra, close to the new harbor, and with data we've been looking at kind of available land. I'll show you a bit more of that. And they set up a kind of gamification process to see if you could start to interact with the growing of palm oil in Sumatra, and to create a city with that, which is completely built out of the waste product of the palm oil plant, right? The tree. What you see here is just a kind of a test project. The square is meaningless. This is not a design, but what we try to do is create a form of gamification that lets this this shift, the modification of the agricultural flow into an urban flow land on the territory. So red is urban and green is palm oil production. Next, please. This project is called Urban Econometrics. Of course, what you get is a kind of weird sort of image, you know, where you have buildings that are made out of 100% waste, but you still need the factories to handle, to make the palm oil and to produce the waste. So you get a kind of industrial urban habitat relationship. And this is somehow an image that links those two together as a response to that last question of Kemal here. But it's really based on the econometrics of shifting the material flow of palm oil into something else. Next, please. So the second one is the forest to city value chain. This is our core research that we're working on right now. And it has to do with how do we create a kind of relationship between global forests and cities. So cities become forests and the forest becomes the city. And this has to do with what John Selner-Huber calls the carbon pump. That forests are synced, they naturally sequester the carbon out of the air. And cities are the caretakers of the carbon and the custodians of this carbon, because the carbon concentration is one of the factors that creates the global heating. Next, please. So we've developed effectively a digital twin. It's a very basic one still, and the digital twin models the complete value chain from forest to city. So on the left, you see for a screen showing forest in the province around Berlin, and then on the right, you see a piece of city that's going to be Europe's first wood-based city district. And here you see the kind of engine of this digital twin. It's an interactive environment, an interface through which you kind of move through this model. Next, please. And it operates a bit like that. We're looking at the normed components of city making. Those are the different colors. Those are all normed segments, but many segments are not normed. So the interesting thing about the digital twin is it's not only data analytics, it's also data speculation. So you can speculate with the missing bits like transport, for example, or the digitalization itself. We don't really know yet what is the carbon impact of that. So the idea is that we develop building kits, nature-based building kits. So this in this case it's wood. Europe, it is very much about wood. This is a complete building kit to build part of this city. And next. And here you see that kind of value chain mapped on this is the dashboard now. Now we're in the digital twin dashboard, and we're moving through the forest. I don't have time to show you an animation of this, but it's all interactive. Everything moves. Next. And so now we zoom in. We can zoom in to every square meter of forest. We work with 100 open source data sets, and we could zoom in basically to a meter of forest territory in Germany, in fact, everywhere in the world. And with that, we have data of the forest. We do that together with forest experts. And what you see here is linking wood yield to stored CO2 tons, for example. So this is the basis on which we actually can create a biogenic economy. Next. And so then we move into the industrial part. My partner is the Fraunhofer Research Institute in Germany, the largest one in Europe. And with them, we're looking at the kind of the production flows to turn this knowledge about the material flows of wood into volumes and into the different kinds of components we need for architecture and for a building kit. That's of course based on parametric understanding, parametric libraries. And with that, we move towards manufacturing and all that. We move towards the city. And we're also into kind of looking at the design of these types of factories. Next, please. And then, of course, what they do, these factories, they produce these things. Now, these things are part of a digital twin, but actually they're biogenic, and they're based sometimes on really ancient skills and technologies. This is very similar to ancient wood carving, like you see in temples. It always goes back to these building kits. Next, please. And next part of this digital twin is the architecture. This is a building built in wood. Just now, it's finished in Berlin. And what we did, we disassembled it and we looked at the percentage of the wood, the total carbon in it, who's living. That this is social housing. This is affordable housing. And how does it function, the design, and how can we link that back both to the forest analytics, the transport, et cetera, and forward next into the city. So this we designed for one of the blocks in this district. The top is almost 100% wood, which is not really possible because you still have glass and you have pipes and you have things like that. And the basement may be concrete, although there are now tests of making a wood-based basement. And of course, this is all social housing. I'm actually talking only about social affordable housing at the moment. So this is a vision at the moment. We cannot quite build it yet, according to the regulations, but since we're working with the city directly, this is a typical example of an aim. Next, please. And again, here you see a typical building kit. This is laminated wood. Actually, it's very simple at the end. So digital twin may be complex, but the social housing, it's like a puzzle almost. Next. Next. Yeah, thank you. Then with the digital twin, we move in an apartment. We can meet every room and every component and define the type of design, link it back to this type of wood, link it back to the kind of quantities of products, and create, for example, variations. Every block is different. There are many architects involved in this. And so what these pathways here mean, different typologies of architecture, different architectures working on this city district. There's a lot of participatory process. Next, please. So here, this is the district itself, but you can imagine this is 6,000 housing units. So each block itself is already fairly large. What is important here is this number, because this is where the carbon balance comes in. And in Europe, we have a growing carbon tax. And in the next 5 years, that will define everything. It will redefine industrial production, but also the way we live, the tax on carbon. So that set of numbers there is actually key, because that's where governments, presidents, banks, insurance companies have to react to those numbers. So this is actually, it's a tool for political negotiation also. Next. So we've just shown this in the Munich fair, where we had a lot of people from different countries coming, where the whole digital twin was displayed. It's part of a project called the Bauhütte 4.0 that we have just founded. It's an association that is developing this. Next, please. Next, please. And the third bit is what I call utopian thinking, which I told Sap already. I wanted to put in a few slides. We did an entry. We have a history of kind of utopian city making, because I think you have to think large sometimes, even if you cannot realize that. So we went into the same competition, knowing we couldn't win, of course, ever. But we thought this is a laboratory, and we treated it like a laboratory. So let me show a few slides of that. I'm, of course, very respectful to the work that Sofiane has been showing that. Please go next. Yeah. So what we were looking at is actually the city as an indicator of global change of the future. And what we looked at, in fact, I was really struck by this question, this point that he made about the kind of imposition of a geometry. And on one hand, I completely agree with you. On the other hand, we just did that. We imposed a kind of geometry that had to do with the diagram here. If in order for us to survive, we have to understand the relationship between the biospheres of the forest and the biospheres of the oceans. This is what's going to determine our survival. And since the archipelago is so much involved in both, we said, okay, let's just play with this. Let's just turn the whole thing into a kind of diagram of how you handle this relationship between those two biospheres. And so we actually said, we just make a line that is that laboratory next. And so next, please, we made a line. So we actually made this geometry that we are all critical of, but sometimes you have to do what you're critical of. And in this case, the line was in effect the line that indicates this global survival strategy: oceanic biospheres, forest biospheres, the city is a laboratory in between. So we very much worked on systems of, on the one hand, having the biosphere link, and then dissolving in a series of metabolic cities that are practically autonomous in the way that they function and living. And of course, the whole project is biogenic. So the whole project based on what I've shown you before, biogenic construction flows. Next, please. Yeah, and at the end, whatever happens in the center, we didn't really define. That is what I would call the laboratory of the biospheres. What is important though, and this is actually, I really like seeing your project, Seb, also these kind of quasi-autonomous areas of city where different versions of biogenic construction are practiced, and they're following that theme that Kemal was talking about, the metabolism. So they're all metabolic cities. So they have full cycles of food production, waste production, and nothing goes out, in fact, and everything is locally produced. Next, please. And what is important, of course, is that Bamboe became a part of this production of this city. And so one of the things that I really personally enjoyed is working on the kind of material flows of biogenic materials with what was possible in Kalimantan. And what is important here is the kind of the actual cycles, the circularity cycles of biogenic materials like bamboo interlinked with other materials, because you can never build just with biogenic materials. We do a lot of participatory processes where co-design is worked through gamification processes, but today I don't talk about that, but that's also behind that. I will talk a little bit more about this diagram in the last small chapter. And next, please. So the Bamboo Belt Union, Kemal already introduced that. It is a big thing. I have a big passion for this now. And you're right, it's definitely not a tropical kind of, the tropical thing. So the Bamboo Belt Union I'm developing this first with ex-students across the world. We have about 15 countries involved right now, where bamboo grows naturally. Next, please. And then we have been looking, we have another version of this tool where we use data sets, where we zoom in. These are our data sets of potential farming surfaces used possibly for bamboo. Of course, I know I'm here also between experts, so treat us as amateurs, but we do look now at the moment at all the countries in the world where bamboo can be produced and how they could lead to city building. So next, please. And of course, one of the things that happens when you start looking at global forests is this: you get extremely worried. I asked one of my first experts, right? These are all, we're in Kalimantan here, right? These are all burnt forests, right? And partly it's the forest that's changed into palm oil. Here we are in the area of the new capital. These are mines, part of the colonial legacy, and partly this is the forest that's changed into agriculture. Next, please. Just, I don't know if you saw that, but that's what happened, the result of the last year. Last year, only 10% of the rainforest in the whole world was lost. 10%. Right? So just calculate. So, so the worry is also, what if these patterns meet, right? As you probably know, the biodiversity will be threatened most by fragmentation of species. So the issues here, can we link the restoration and conservation of forestry with urban growth? That's the mission we have. They're not enemies. They have to be working together. Next, please. And I just came from Thailand, where we are starting a micro project for a bamboo city value chain. And we talked to a series of experts, and I will go back again in a few days to go to the forest. We're going to visit the small factory. So now you see the same value chain, but turned into a bamboo value chain, and we will apply the same digital twin on it. Next, please. So these are the places that my team is working with. There's a forest that's owned by this factory. There they dry the bamboo. And of course, like in many places in the Southeast Asia, the bamboo turns into this kind of thing, right? And what we are aiming at is that this kind of thing gets licensed, gets tested, gets licensed, certified, and turns into this kind of thing. So it becomes like wood effectively. That's the thing we are working on right now. Next, please. And we have other tools for that. This is work on Thailand at the moment, where we look at the data sets exactly locating the bamboo and calculating the transport to construction sites and things like that. And it's very much data analytics, which we then feed into this digital twin tool. Next, please. Next, please. And here's the heart of the whole thing, is the bamboo value chain. So where you see, you have the bamboo forestry, you have the sawmill, and then you have the parts factory. This is where the most of the unknown is, because we don't know about glues yet. There are no organic glues yet, and we don't know exactly the energy needed into this. So this is where we're going to do the main research projects. This we know how to do, but this is really still unknown territory for bamboo, right? Next, please. Thanks. And of course, this is absolutely necessary. That is a complete circularity. That's why the glues are such a problem in a way. And so this is still, it's wide open territory still, what we can do on a mass scale with bamboo as a biogenic material. But I believe it's the future. I believe it's a smart material of the future. So next, please. Next, yeah. So just to show, we're doing some work at the moment, but we started already. I'm going next to Surabaya to work with ITS. With ITS, we're looking at maritime distributing systems. We have a relationship between the TU Berlin and ITS on this, about the support, the logistics between the different islands in the archipelago, to look at city construction across the archipelago with biogenic materials harvested in different kind of parts of the country, where possibilities are. With Kemal, we already talked at some point of starting a pilot project with some association of farmers. We have to start very small, but since there is still this ongoing program of 1 million affordable housing units yearly of the current government, you also have to think big. I think that's the last slide. Thank you. I think now finally I can announce the coffee break. So we will have a 10-minute. We have to keep it very tight. Grab their coffee and meat snacks. Yes, since we're running behind, let's just quickly get a coffee and come back to the table. Yeah. And we just continue. Just bring your snacks to the table and eat and whatever. It doesn't matter, right? So in Europe, we call this a bio break. Means
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some snacks and beverages at the back, so you may take some and please bring them to your table as soon as possible because we are going to start with our next speaker, Mr. Hendro Sankoyo from the School of Democratic Economics. Mr. Hendro, please come up to the stage.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera teman-teman semua. Damai buat kita semua. Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much, Raul. Think part of this. Pak, jadi saya langsung saja mulai ya. Tapi sambil teman-teman masih ambil atau apa segala macam. Jadi saya perkenalan sedikit lah, propaganda sedikit. Nama saya Hendro Sankoyo, teman-teman panggil Yoyo. Saya pernah sekolah di sini di jurusan arsitektur tepatnya. Dan menarik sekali bahwa kata ibu saya itu tidak ada kecelakaan. There is no coincidence. So I should tell this to Raul because my thesis for my undergraduate Bachelor in Arts actually is I try to fight or defend the fates of very old sea-dwelling communities in Papua, and they are being pushed to land. So they live for generations in the sea. They're very conscious. So, and the set of settlement networks, I think, is an urban system by its own rights. And there's a very foolish governor at the time. So I chased him like crazy, and then I said, "Don't you even dare actually to land them, and I will prove you in 6 months." It ended up actually, it's not only a short happy ending for them, but my thesis is actually picked, and I collaborate with a friend, it's a late Arif Hidayat. It's picked by Ken Sotangi as the winner of Tomorrow's Habitat competitions in Japan at that time. But that actually is the end of my story about being architects actually. Somebody asked me, I think Mark. So I feel very ignorant about things around me, history and all that. So I decided to make a serious detour. So I work on history, political science, comparative politics and all that at Cornell, where I also met Kemal. And then before I finished my doctoral, actually, I was stationed in Melbourne because John Friedman asked me to develop curriculum together for a new school that he set up with RMIT and with his wife, Leonie Sanderkop. And so we actually moved places in Asia, giving this roving workshop and lectures in Taiwan and all this. And I will share probably as my homage to John Friedman, some of his very meaningful thoughts, and which I then try to understand better by giving some critique and correction of this, as Kemal says. So I try to look at things that Raul, I think, developed so seriously dedicated his basically intellectual life to try to think, I would say, on the left of the road, actually. But then you seems to me very fascinated with the, you know, northern types of planners mentality. That's uh, no offense, but that's actually John Friedman sentence. No worries, Reol. No, still, I read many times actually your work with Cora and your individual writings. So this is my footnotes, little footnotes today. Is John Friedman used to talk about life space, but in very differently that compared with what I then developed with close friends of mine, colleagues at the School of Democratic Economics. So the title is actually, when we talk about progress, whose progress are we talking about? On whose sacrifice? Throughout whose chronospatial zones or time-space zones? Are we talking about the future, or this is actually already the past? Is there any past actually? So, so this is Friedman's life space, of course, that he contrasted it with economic space. But to Jason Moore, a colleague, that actually today also opening a conference, big conference on world capitalist world ecology with University of Indonesia in Jakarta. I couldn't come today, of course. He mentions that actually the so-called life space is actually now exactly the Earth that's being dominated, its trajectory and all that by capitalism. And so this is just to introduce. So I have 4 parts, very brief parts. The first part is actually, we always talk about ecology, economy, production, progress, race, racisms, human violence, space, and all that. But we should probably, it's good time actually to remind ourselves. The pictures on the left is actually William, wait a minute. The on the right first is actually, of course, Ivan Illich, and he mentions a lot of things, but particularly about the what he called the instability of abstractions. So now, small startup, business startup in probably small towns in Java or in Kalimantan will talk a lot about ecology. But that's completely different ecology when we talk about the Earth, for example. And Raymond Williams on the left, actually, also he was his contemporary, Ivan Illich, then starting to see weird things after he finished with the conscription as a soldier, actually, that things that he thought means the way he thinks before actually changed. So he called it keywords. Keywords is always unstable, transient. And so we need to bear that in mind, I think, when we talk about urbanism. In the middle is actually, this is of course on the left, is William Faulkner. In one of his celebrated novel, Requiem for a Nun, the protagonist, Gavin Stevens, mentioned this: the past is never dead. It's not even past. And on the right is actually Pramudia Anantatur, the celebrated scholar, historian, and poet, and also writer. This is actually, an ellipsis sentence. We have fought the best we could from a a woman that tried to fight her rights back from a Dutch plantation owner that's also actually his husband. On the right, I would like to focus on material and energy use or consumptions that I think it's, I try to report this as friend to Raul particularly. First of all is on the left, is a colleague. Her name is Kara Daget. And her dissertations that turned into a book a few years ago is called The Birthday of Energy. So energy is not, it's been here all the time since the earth, is made up. Energy, the word energy itself in Asian languages and all that's actually a very, very recent inventions and actually can be related back to industrial revolutions, of course. On the right is also my close friend, Larry Lohman. In one of his work that's supported by European Union in 2014, one of the chapter in that particular booklet is a 100-page booklet. He and Nick Hiltier, his counterpart at the Corner House in the UK, share this thought about resistance to destructions that Raul and Kemal mentioned before. Built on what exists, not on what does not exist. And of course, it's very difficult for us architects. I mean, if I still qualify to be called architect, because we are, actually dream personified. I mean, we should dream. We should think way beyond, and Raul do it in a very poetic way and, expressions and that. But this is actually would be very important to see this, and I will show some relevance of these thoughts. So this is the school that I set up in 2007 after I managed to disappoint and made furious my close friends at Cornell because they tried to push me into this tenurial track at Cornell. But in 2006, actually, there was something happened in Porong, East Java. This is the underground blowout in the gas exploration sites of PT Lapindo. And so within 2 weeks, I said to myself, what am I doing here? My place is in the archipelago in Indonesia. So I told the bad news to colleagues, friends, and mentors. I'm sorry, so sorry, I must go home. And so that's the end of my career as an accidental academic. And so I set up the school. But this is actually about 60 historical, social, ecological enclosures that in 2014, this is I made the math in 2014, worked closely with myself and the school. And the idea is not teaching something or developing a model or something like that, but work together, listening very carefully to the keywords that they use in sharing their stories about change, sufferings, trauma, and all that. And that's the idea actually to carve out a narrative space, an alternative narrative space where ordinary people like myself can share my own story about what's wrong, about why I lost so many things in my life. So this is the setting. We managed to develop something like an alternative nomenclature of the islands based on the trajectory of change since the Pleistocene. Actually, we work with ethno-archaeological stuff and all that. So we developed, for example, Bali is between 5,000 to 10,000 square kilometers and its topography and all that. And the idea is actually to understand what is the historical conditions that make possible the flourishings of dense human settlements that now we call sometimes too easily as urban blobs or conurbation and all that. On the left is actually, this is just a small exercise. Try to understand the whether there is this power law in the setting of 800 islands called Lesser Sunda Islands. We worked 1.5 years to understand the whole things where pigs and dogs, came into the life of people there and all that. And this is very important to talk about the sustainability that Raul mentioned, because there is this allometry principle where in Lesser Sunda Islands, particularly because of their arid climatic zone, it's impossible to imagine about forest, for example. So the only type of forest they have is actually something like a gallery forest, except for the larger island like Timor, Flores, Sumbawa, and Sumba, and partially Bali. And this is also another group of islands. It's called Mentawai Islands. That's actually extremely interesting, unique, and miserable. Over the past 2 years, I've been dedicating my energy, times, and all that with younger researchers and friends, new friends, the Mentawaians, actually, to understand why there was no change whatsoever in understanding this particular life of human and those beyond human. So our treatment of the Mentawaians, for example, is as appalling as the colonial treatment towards the Mentawaian, if not worse. And so we, to make a long story short, we finally try to understand the analogy of the river system, the waterscapes, with the human body. And clearly, actually, the whole waterscapes is actually the ones like our fins, and in the core of it is actually the dugout canoe or abak in their language. So the movement was born there actually to ask younger people, school kids and all this, to start making their own boats and try to roam again to the bay and to the rivers and all that. What for? Actually, to fight the current distractions that extremely worrying. They mean Jakarta, want to change the whole Mentawai actually into a group of islands for extractions and all that. On the biggest island of Siberut, for example, there's this special economic zones of almost 3,000 hectares, and there's this Trans-Mentawai roads with national standards, so 50 meters the trace and all that. What for? And over the past year, actually, I finished rather ambitious projects of doing clippings and reading the colonial reports and all that since 1750 to 1950s, and consulting with friends and colleagues in the Netherlands. So this is the situations that we should think of when we talk about urbanisms or industrial urbanisms in the contemporary Indonesia. And this is, of course, a transect between Batang and Indramayu on the north part of Java, and Cilacap, Yogyakarta on the south. And you cannot talk about clean or dirty energy and all that because the whole thing is there. Actually, it's a wrong idea to talk about energy transitions. It's more likely energy diversifications and deepening, and also things like that, because, for example, in geothermal, the biggest dominant actor is actually the oil and gas companies too. This is from WADAS. So every dot there, I put a name and an icon. If it's woman, it's pink. And all of them, each parcels of this particular beautiful and fertile lands actually is going to be dug out like the canoe to get the andesite rocks in millions of cubic meters to fit to the dam on its western part. And so we work together with friends there to understand what will happen with this, life space. As Kemal said, there's no sense of autonomy anymore because now it is a project. So the idea actually is to stay away and distance ourselves from the paths that will go nowhere. When we talk about, for example, energy, water, and food, carbon trading, ways to keep the earth temperature below 2 degrees of increase and all that. Who are we? As if we have the leverage, we have the lever from the planet Mars, for example, to do that. We can't. We don't play God here. And so we start, moving back probably 7 steps and try to start thinking about time and space in a very fundamental way, discussing fiercely with philosophers and friends that we barely know and all that. And so we move towards something like, learning agenda for ordinary people that will help us in trying to understand how to save ourselves from the future. This is one of them. If you talk to, it will be short again. If you talk to a lady, a woman, no schooling, her age is probably 75, you have very little hope that she can talk about these things that we talked today. Samuel's glorious presentations about the new capital and all this. But with this kind of conversation tools, we can actually ask the woman actually to think like a governor of a province or a president, because it's very simple. If it's good for your life, for your contemporary's life, and for the life space that you live, then take it. If any of these two, get undermined, just don't. So we don't talk about value chains. We don't talk about price. That's never works to change things structurally, price, these kind of things. And the quadrants that I just mentioned, we actually learn together with the Balinese. So I learned again all the way to the Balinese alphabets and all this because I lived my childhood in Bali. And we work with the top mangkus, meaning the temple managers and all that, to revive and to understand again the concepts of good and bad. So this is Kerta Samabraya, when change actually economic expansions will do good to the domain of society, to the macrocosms and the microcosms, ourselves, the human and all this. And this is actually the opposite, if it's bad. So again, the quadrant there, why it's so important too in talking about things we talk today. This is because there is this conflations in the topology of meaning. For example, when things go wrong with the social nexus, then it is represented as an economic phenomenon, being modeled using the numeraires and using the quanta and all this from the economic sphere. But the most worrying is actually when something goes wrong with the earth, it is also now becoming a matter of how much dollars I should pour into a piece of forest in Kalimantan to be able to continue expand my emissions. And that's what happened with carbon trading, that actually managed to make less than zero progress in terms of emissions since 2 decades ago. And this is actually, so you can refer back to the quadrants and all this. If we want to talk about this more, a bit more seriously, we can also start thinking of different way to read projects, public finance and all this, because we should work with multi-scalar ideas, imaginations about time, space, and then benefit, costs and all that, to understand the consequences of actions. For example, the new capital. I think Raul mentions about Makarieva, correct me if I'm wrong, the one in Russia that works with her professors on this new theory of rains and forests. So you cannot talk about change within 2 degrees. I'm talking to Samuel, for example, not because you're wrong. You gorgeous, your plan is gorgeous, but the whole Kalimantan is in a mess. That's the problem that we have to take into account. So the idea is actually we can have a series of Lorentz curves to understand at many different scales what will happen if we, wreak havoc with nature. The second part is actually the context, social and ecological and historical. The one in the picture says Kiran Desai, one of my favorite novelists, because she wrote something very touching to me, that is the inheritance of loss. So if I'm a mother in waiting, then when I delivered my baby, the first sentence I will say to my baby is, "Oh dear baby, from now on, I will bequeath my loss to you. So you will inherit the loss that I experienced all my life." And that's actually, she talks about colonialism. So this is my presentations where I met Raul first times in Tarumanegara. Beneath the ascendancy of industrial urbanisms, there has been a dense topogeny, meaning a series of time-space zones that develop, without basically runaway developments of organized misery and loss. And this is some of them. This is the remaining biomes on the Earth. I use this for a work with a lot of friends in the upstream of Brantas. This is the unthrown waterscapes under the industrial urbanism regimes. We should really, really discuss about this further. I strongly recommend. And this is the bright green patches, is actually the only areas in 9 most important watersheds in Kalimantan that can still be called life space. This is the reality. I worked this for 3 years with a small group of researchers. And this is a longer take at what happened throughout the Borneo Islands, and particularly the Indonesian part, where we all have responsibility for it because we are Indonesian. So it's there. This is Brantas, the water feeding about 20 millions now, probably. And they cut the whole fins, like in the Mentawais, from the very beginning. That's the Mata Air Brantas, the spring, the upstream of Brantas in Batu area. Very systematic. First, they put Batu into a municipality and all that, and the rest, is history. This is Bali, closest to my heart. And this is, we worked there 5 years to understand how the whole historical, social, ecological entity, it's called Bali, being destroyed, not just destroyed the lands and all that by, reckless projects and all that, but the whole water systems actually is being destroyed for the whole life there from the 4 caldera lakes on Bali. This is actually what happened throughout the 7 years between 2002 and 2009. There have been 2,800 new swimming pools, from semi-Olympic size to small sizes and all that. And all this actually, the water that's dedicated for the maintenance of the earth and for food productions. And this is actually, of course, under the nose of planners, mayors, governors, and all that. this is very critical and actually very I think this is the most urgent questions for us, actually, the so-called phenomenon of pet dependence. The idea is almost like karma, where you enter a tunnel and you cannot go back, and there's no light from the other sides. The only light then, after you realize, is actually a fast approaching train, something like that. And this is called pet dependence. Sorry. So this is reality, tedious work, group of team in the US. So if we weight ourselves, the whole human being, the carbon, only the carbons of us, all the cemeteries and all that, it's only 0.06 gigaton of carbons. So we that small, but look what we've eaten, what we eat up, half of the plants on Earth. So now there's still 450 gigaton of carbon from all plants, from the north to near the south poles. It's gone. And look at the others, actually. We still, if we push toward more urbanization, for example, we so self-convict about, yes, we can make progress. We will have better technology. Don't worry. We will share up the whole Kalimantan, Sumatra, Papua, the whole islands in Indonesia into very neat network, food producing regions, settlements, and all that. Forget it. You talk about cement, you talk about rocks and all that, like the ones in Wadas. And this is the challenge for us, actually, be it urban planners, architects, physicians, environmental activists, socialist workers, whatever. We have to deal with many different layers of, I would say, bricolage or, set something like machines, actually, from the beginning, since the 17th century, the mercantilisms, all the way until the financializations of everything. And we talk about institutional modalities, we talk about major ecological impacts, we talk about, who are the interlocutors of a certain chains in terms of undermining territories, undermining, ecological infrastructures of islands and the seas. We talk about infrastructures, but we never talk about ecological infrastructures of our islands. On the left is actually used to be the kantor of the Governor General of Dutch Indies. And a lot of things, actually, we should really dig into it. There are now a batch of very brilliant and progressive scholars in the Netherlands and the US work together on the colonial past of Indonesia, not other countries. So I now work with them. One of them is called Commodity Frontiers Initiatives. So I work with their doing the publishing in the editorial part. The right part is actually, of course, Lex Mercatoria is in Latin, I believe. But this is actually the overpowering legal systems since the rise of VOC, that actually controlling everything, even the state system. So I don't blame actually bureaucrats and all that, because actually their power is so minuscule compared to this whole structures of Lex Mercatoria. And my school actually worked on this since 2008 until now, talking to the people who wrote and read about this. And this is the end of it. Don't worry about materials. Yes, Raul, you can go from matters to metaspace and all that, but we still need materials. This is the solutions. Go to the asteroids. And the whole legal frameworks already set up in the US. Actually, people are now starting grabbing, I would like that asteroids. And the numbers is really mind-boggling. Quintillions. So you don't have to imagine, it's a huge amount of money and amounts of things. So just backstories. This is what happened on the archipelago. In the past, actually, tigers are the first victims of development of urbanization on Java, actually. 10 years after Bantam being seized by the Dutch, the Governor General wrote a letter to Den Haag saying that, look, we have problem even worse than problems from the natives. It's the tigers. So tigers and crocodiles actually were the first victims. And now you see penggusuran is everywhere, and you cannot say urbanizations or urbanisms in Indonesia without seeing these kind of pictures. This is the whole story. We refresh this every year, but this is the ideas actually from the bankruptcy of the East Indian Company in 1799. We try to look at what kind of commodities and economic expansions actually work on these particular social ecological enclosures from Papua, Lesser Sunda Island, Sulawesi, Bali, Kalimantan, Java, Maluku, and Sumatra. Infrastructures, IS, real estates, seascapes, nickels now, the renewable energies, and the narratives that come with it. For example, legal instruments is one of the most lucrative commodity now. The one in the pictures actually, what's so interesting, all worst things that happen with the expansions of the urban system in Indonesia only happen over the past 50 years. And this is what happened on an island level that I know so well, the history since the pre-Hindu age. So the dynastic realms disappeared, and then this state bureaucratic domain came. But then the institutions of solidarity, mechanism of compliance and all that being taken over by different kind of idea that is basically profit and loss. And this is the proof, the rise of tourists, number of tourists in Bali between 1980 to 2011 goes skyrocketing. And that exactly, in reverse to the level of water and the availability of rice producing regions. And we managed to get statistics from Sukarno years since 1950, and that's what happened. It's getting faster. So the beat of destructions throughout the earth actually is getting more, it's like crescendo in music. This is the oldest one among four in Bali that's being destroyed, the water, because of the small projects tourism in Candidasa. And this is the path dependence from 9 different space-time zones that we approximates from long conversations with the scholars in Bali. This is again, nothing actually come accidentally. In 1990, the USGS actually already talk about, if you want to dig hydrocarbon in Indonesia, oil and gas, do this. This is the point. And this is the new renewable, aspect, if not worse. I think it's worse because, it now turned into a hyper extractivism, not only in Indonesia, but for example, the lithium, it hits badly in Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, the ABC countries in Latin America. This is a friend of mine, Manji. He's a chief leader of a big tribe. It's called Panasho in northern Brazil. I just returned from a long walk and listening to trauma and all that with a small group of friends there. And he mentions everything about urbanisms. And he's so eloquent, and he reads, he counts, and he has been fighting the presidents to show that actually we are the one who try to maintain and to safeguard the earth, and you are not. And so this is one story. This is Java actually, and this is the whoops, what happened? Sorry. Okay. There's also one thing that I think most of us, at least my years in ITB, I know nothing about this. It's called Shanghai Jing, which is completely different idea about space and time. And if I say it in short, it's like this. You cannot talk about any spatial enclosure or even a time zone if you don't go walk through it. So I don't know who give instructions when this is actually, emerged, but then they developed this Shanghai Jing, meaning the basically the story of mountains and seas, and they have America, Europe, and all that in the global atlas here. So a group in France actually work very closely, and I read progress from them from time to time. This is the answer. I hope that could be a little footnote to think about your metaspace role, because now the only way to start learning together for a recommoning, which I believe deep in your imaginations, is actually, first of all, scrutinize the loops behind the longevity of extractivisms and the path dependence that it set in place. And then try to realign work and mode of consumptions as the mechanisms of mutual healing, and to break away from the extractive, ecologically, and extrinsic industrial urbanisms. And then you realign the material and energy consumptions to the specificity of space and time rhythms of the ecotopes and biomic hierarchy on Earth. So in 3 steps. This is a friend. We work with Suba practitioners and Mangkus and with basically with ordinary peoples, and believe me, they know what they're doing. This is the one in East Java. They revive the waterscapes and becoming a movement in Bulukerto. Sometimes it took their lives. This is my friend Patmi from Kendeng. I have long discussions with her a few hours before she died from seizures that relates to her health conditions. What was she doing there? She's in Jakarta to cement her foot with her contemporaries, her sisters actually, to protest the cement, the carbs mining for cement factory in Kendeng. Cement, this is the first thing we architects know about, right? And she accomplished no less than this, tanahku ku bela sampai mati. And so she returned home, finishing and keeping her promise. The one with Pemukul Bonang, Gamelan, is actually Supina, also a friend of mine. She's a shaman, but also a spokesperson for indigenous knowledge systems. When this COVID pandemic, emerged in Indonesia, the first sentence she made that, stunned us all, her friends and her students, is she said something like this: don't make war with them. They're not the one that's guilty. Ask them to go home. And we, it's really mind-boggling. And now with the whole more information about COVID, we know that the biomes that they live actually being destroyed such that they have this, swarm intelligence decided we have to transmigrate. We have to migrate to human beings. She passed away last Sunday. I think this is the last slides. I'm sorry to take a bit long, but again, I thank the organizing committee, Andri particularly, with Bert now, more charismatic. Where is Andri? Okay. So I end my presentations.
Thank you. Thank you. And we were just discussing, it's very all very late, and we all we thought of going on now. You thought of having a panel discussion now and then asking Nasheen if we it's okay, I think, because sorry, we're all too late. We started late, and I really would like to give you the same chance as everybody. Maybe then we have the discussion now, and then you simply become part of the next block. Yeah. Or do we have to have the lunch now? Okay. So I invite speakers so far to go there. He's suggesting we now have a short debate between the speakers until now. So Nasheen then goes into the next session. So we go, Henry and then Chris. Well, let's go. Anyway, there's only 3 chairs, so let's bring another chair. Because the camera is focused on that. Exactly, it's your self-organization. So we're waiting for it. So the plan is to have a small debate with the speakers so far. Of course, we're missing Nasheen, but she will then go after lunch, and then we'll have a discussion. The others will come next. So we're just waiting for. And then we have a discussion here. Try to find him, yes. Let's go. Right, so yeah. So you're gonna have to. Yeah, okay, make it short. It's been very intense. I have to say, this is a setting is fantastic. That's fantastic. Yeah, we're not moderating ourselves very well, so we're sleeping. But at the same time, it's an amazing chance to get some of these people together that otherwise don't meet often or not at all. And I think this was part of the idea, to get this group of people together and then exchange ideas. So moderate this session. I would first ask, are there any urgent questions from you, audience? Anything you want to bring in right now? No, not right now. Yeah, there.
good afternoon. My name is Haidar. Such thought-provoking session we have today, and I have several questions in mind. Actually, some of them are for Sibarani, but I think I can ask later to him. So my first question would be for all presenters. It seems like we are currently very fixated towards internet development, especially in the context of Indonesia as a developing country, which also relates to the demographic bonus, welfare, equity of access, etc. But on the other hand, there are also currently lots of discourse around slowing down or even stopping development, such as degrowth. We unfortunately hovers around the developed context. I'm curious about all your opinions regarding these contradictions. The second one is for Pak Raul. I came across the notion of manufactured grounds, which is the making of geological strata as a byproduct of industrialized technology such as construction, agriculture, and so on. The issue is that it's invisible because it's below the ground. And second is, especially when it comes to construction materials, it is the afterlives of the buildings, which were usually built using wet constructions materials such as concrete, which is hard to recycle. How do you see it in the context of supply chain urbanism and in understanding the city as the accumulation of material flows? I think those are the two questions I have in mind for now.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? First question. You get the second question. The rest to me right now. Great, good questions.
Sorry, I haven't really got your point. If I miss a point, I'll just repeat. But you mentioned about development and then contradiction with the other concept like take kind of thing. Let's start with the word development itself first. That's why my appeal, and thank you for touring, but the conscious city territory. Let's become conscious first. This is with all respect of your point. Yeah, I doesn't want. This is for the sake of discussion. What is development basically? What kind of development? Are we developing now? Are we distracting? Are we suiciding? So that's a more reflexive question to ourselves here. Other people use the word development, whatever they want to do. That's just other people's mind. But first of all, for ourselves, what are we doing now? If we agree with this thinking, yeah, let's join the main train, the development to whatever they think. But if we questions, then perhaps find our own development. If our life. Bandung. So, yeah, 50, 40 years ago, I feel I'm trained as a planner at the school. Yeah. I'm not proud of my profession. I have to apologize to you, to my kids, my younger generation. We didn't know. Well, we destroyed. Now we have the flooding from the upstream to Dago Stream. This is development that we are doing, and while we are sitting here next to the city, this campus, so then perhaps if we question that way, yeah, the issue of the growth is irrelevant because perhaps they are the thinking from people from the north. Now they are reflecting, they are progressing, developing too fast. They want to stop. okay, because they cannot return, right? This is what is through the dependence flow. So they only be able to stop. But we haven't yet to that level. Perhaps already starting, I don't know. Then okay, how do we going to do next? Yeah. I want to repeat the current issues the government, the state is working with all the respective respect to all the words. The 20 years next development toward Indonesia must. Okay. Okay, that's a nice word. So what kind of a must, what kind of a goal you are really want to develop? This is a time to question. Yeah. So then perhaps we need to not the growth, but a different human flourishing. The society, communities flourishing. I just use the word flourish. Kayak mekar. Tumbuh mekar, bukan develop. The connotation of develop is become like developer. so bapak pembangunan dulu. Dari Soeharto is the bapak pembangunan development father. I don't want to use that words. Let's find a new word and a new meaning for you for the next 20 years coming to the Indonesia Emas. I cannot give you the answers, but let's talk together with this Chora. Conscious city, conscious territory, conscious life. Then we redefine the future. Yeah, then and we fight, of course. Like you mentioned, there are layers of what other interests that will go perhaps some with us, some against us. We don't know. But thank you for Raul with your project, Raul. Even though maybe I interpret differently, but I see personally I see as an opportunity because not that many institutions, academics use the word consciousness. They use the word smart, intelligence. This is machine. But consciousness is quite human, yeah, quite deep. Even we can go more spiritual about the consciousness itself. Then we can dig into our long, I don't know, wisdom of the past and we redefine and see this is the future. Since I think I feel that your generation with me, if I'm still around, then let's work out because there is no excuse. Don't complain if things work completely in the wrong trajectory that already seen now or not. Don't complain because if you don't do anything, even the smallest things, then yeah, the result is horrific. It's horrific. It's just for sure. The data shows the facts, the numbers, the cases, what we see. But then I like the song title of Pink Floyd again. Don't be comfortably numb. Okay, thank you.
Maybe, yes, I'm sure. I'll ask that, and then he can come back to the question to Jana. So the question about material flows, yes. I mean, it is. I know it's uncomfortable, and I also showed some things that are uncomfortable and controversial. And I said, look, I said to Seb before, I also feel I work towards KPIs, right? Key performance indicators, and they are about survival of our species, right? We're talking about biodiversity. Well, we're part of biodiversity. And we may be one of the next species going, right? Probably not. Probably we will destroy it a lot more before we will go. So there's a kind of brutal reality related to the biodestruction, biodiversity loss, and climate crisis. And we've seen that now from all of us. But it also means making very uncomfortable compromises. very, very uncomfortable. Sometimes you feel like you're selling your soul, right? I had a very conflictuous discussions in the Department of Architecture, because people thought I was selling myself out to industry, right? And I said, look at the numbers, right? Look at the numbers of climate crisis. How do you want to shift? How do you want to substitute mineral materials for biogenic materials on the scale of city making, and on the scale that you have any kind of effect on those graphs I'd shown before? Because otherwise we're just creating pilot projects and more pilot projects, and those curves don't change. So I think we have a responsibility to create these necessary compromises. And there's a lot of literature about this. If you look at the story Faust from Goethe, right? He talks already about this. In the beginning, I started talking about making a pact with the devil, right? And that the devil is an industry, right? But now I partner with industry. I partner with the largest research network, the Fraunhofer in Germany. Why? Because without that, we have no chance. We have no chance to reach certain goals. But we have to apply this consciousness. We feel clever. And we as architects are responsible for the cultural side. We are the ambassadors of society. And to keep checking, is this all right? And and I just got the mail again about the meetings that I will have with ITS in Surabaya on Thursday. And they're all with the engineering department, with the maritime department, which are all moving into prototyping with bamboos. They're already dealing with these material flows. And this is high-tech stuff, actually, quite amazing. So they want to create shipping, bamboo-based ships in the archipelago. So this stuff is happening. It's not made up by us. The engineering department in ITS is developing hearing aids made of bamboo fiber. That is now. This is reality now. So why are we as architects so terribly behind in all of this stuff? That's really the mission I have. So in the last few years, I started to shift from teaching my students architecture or urbanism. I'm now actually officially emeritus, and I lead a lab. So I started to shift away from teaching some methods or some skills or some solutions. I moved into the direction of leadership. So I started telling them, look, whatever you're going to do, right, is you have to find your own pathway. But I can teach you leadership, because you need to be the leaders in the next stage. And leadership is very hard, because you need to be conscious. You need to have a consciousness, right? Because architecture represents society. But you also have to be able to plan ahead in unknown territory, and to go through what I just discussed with the forest person, the forest expert in Thailand. You have to create the stepping stones of change. And it's how to plan these stepping stones that's the real creativity and the ingenuity. So, and so that's why I really today I focus on these material flows, right? And by the way, one thing, I use the word value chain very consciously, because I stole it back from industry. Industry has stolen it from us. Right? In German, you call it Wertschöpfungskette. That means the value chain creation. And I don't talk about money. I'm not interested in money. I'm interested in culture, in value, in real human values. And so I took it back. I hacked and flipped it. And so we have to hack and flip into these processes that are going on, even if sometimes you say, yes, but now what you're doing is that's wrong. No, but we need it. So maybe I'll stop here. Maybe can you just post? I think you had a question to him, right? Can you post that question, please?
Thank you. Yes, I have two questions for Pak Sibarani. It's specifically about IKN. The first one is, because IKN is a very interesting and ambitious project, and I believe all of us look forward to that project. My question would be about what is the existing conditions of the area, and do you see the land as an empty land or a tabula rasa? because I believe there must be inhabitants there, as per now, humans or non-humans, memories, cultural practices, and histories of the site. And how does the project address those things? And the second one is about the suburbanization, because I think one of the byproducts of urban development in Indonesia is suburbanization and uncontrollable sprawling, which exists in, I think, all major cities in Indonesia, and how to mitigate that possible problem in IKN. Yeah, thank you.
Just answer. Okay. Thank you very much. And your name?
Haidar.
Haidar.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Haidar, for the question. Gentlemen, allow me to respond. Okay. So I believe the first question is, what is the existing condition? Yeah. And also, what is there any inhabitants or any local culture that we need to address? If you remember the three level of the planning, the metropolitan, and then the city level, and the core area, I cannot really speak for a fact on the 250,000 hectares. That one is huge. I believe there are several, I would say, ecological history. There's a Bukit Bangkirai, there's Bukit Suharto, there's also several ecological area that is sensitive. And there, in terms of people, my understanding, again, from my limited knowledge, because my focus is more on the 6,000. I can speak more confidently on the 6,000. The area has been actually a transmigratory program during the 1980s. And I think we have one of the witness here who's actually been there. So Sepaku village is basically Javanese inheritance. Yeah? They are transmigratory in the 1980s to 1990s. This is one of the area that was open. So we have almost 400,000 hectares of license for perkebunan. Yeah, it's a production forest, plantation forest, and it's mostly eucalyptus and acacia. And those people were there during the 1980s and 90s to work on the land. Whether there was a displacement of indigenous people back then, maybe that's something that I think needs to be discussed and it needs to be sort of explored and researched upon. But from the best of my knowledge, within the 6,000 hectares is mostly plantation. If you see the first image that I show you, there was no evidence of artifacts. There's no evidence of civilization whatsoever. But there was a traces of wild cats and also some birds in there. But other than that, I think we found very little. There was several settlements of, again, transmigratory settlements that is sort of like scattered around. We counted around, I think, 28 houses within that site, which we have already identified, and we try to be very careful. One of the reasons why we choose this location is the clean slate status of that. The area that has the least sort of establishment of civilization. Differ to the fact that during the time when we had the selection of location, if you probably follow the history, 2019, Bappenas also conduct a study together with McKinsey and Arup, and PUPR at the same time also doing a study. I'm under PUPR. So we select one of the best of the criteria that we put in the multiple criteria analysis was the least sensitive area from the population, because we know when we need to build it by 2024, noted that at that time we didn't even know that COVID is coming. Yeah, so we thought that within 4 years, usually any land settlement issues will never be resolved less than 5 years. So we try to come into the area that is not have any resistance on that. In contrast to what Bapenas consultant at that time posing was the location near Sopaku. It has a very good sort of, I would say, emphasis on how to integrate community into the development. But then we foresee that the resistance, because land settlement is not necessarily just between the owner and the government. There are so many middlemen, there's so many speculators coming in between. And those are the one that will help, that will destroy your plan. So I think having that, the consciousness to choose that site, we feel that it was the right location. Although I'm not discounting the fact that who knows, we can find some other underground that you already found also from the digital sort of like a mapping, right? So who knows, there are something there. But as far as we know, there's none. And secondly, about suburbanization, I think that's a very good question, because as we speak right now, if you look at the plan that we propose, in order to achieve the KPI, there's no way we can do 10-minute city if it's suburbia. Nobody will walk in the cluster, residential cluster, right? The one that walks is actually the security guards or the gardeners, right? But for the very beginning, we are consciously making the city medium density, 180 to 200 people per hectares, which is a medium density development. By itself, the difficulty that we are facing right now, nobody want to buy apartment in the middle of the jungle if we use market standard. But then again, we are developing government-driven projects where you have already a captive market, specific users that can be quote unquote forced to be not suburban. The question that we have right now is more about what would happen for the private people. Because as you understand also, the capital city is 20% by government. The 80% is come from the private. This is where we'll face a challenge. Right now, there's not much interest from the real estate people. But soon enough, when they start to come in and say, hey, I'm not gonna build 12-story, because all our development is somewhere between 8 to 12-story, all the houses. The townhouses is only limited for the higher echelon. It's only the higher rank that can live in the more, not even 1-story, 4-story townhouses. So we try to shape the density profile of the capital city to be more efficient, land efficient, not scattering. But our enemy is actually the market, because when the market doesn't want to buy that much houses in why would I go to the 6th floor somewhere in Kalimantan? I can have a land in Java for like 200 square meter and for even less of the price, right? So I think this is where the policy and also the land policy and also the market sort of strategy needs to step in, and also combined with the public transportation system, because without the public transportation system, none of this 10-minute city will work. And public transport is also another sort of like dilemma on that. They cannot surface efficiently if there's no people. But the people won't come in if there's no public transport. So this is a chicken and egg. Government needs to step in. And whether the government want to lose money on this or not, this is another separate discussion, because the mandate by all the BUMN or the state-owned company, you cannot make a loss project. You have to make a profit project, which is very different with many other countries in the Europe or in Singapore. They are allowed to be government or public entity that losing money, it's okay as long as it is for the people. But in Indonesia, the BUMN has to be profitable. That's why it's very hard for them to run a semi-government, because if we use the APBN or the state money, it won't be enough to run a public transport. So I think the question is becoming not only just design, it become more operational and also strategic development stage. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, that shows the great dilemmas, right, of large urban projects. We need to stop. I just want to, before we do that, one very short statement from you. Otherwise, we haven't heard from you. And I will ask the question, and I'm going to just ask you to be short. And yes, you know, we're all in the same boat here. We were wondering about the graphics you use. I've been also over the years developing a kind of diagrammatics, as it is sometimes called, right? And people ask me, "Oh, why is this aesthetic?" And you have a kind of developed your own diagrammatics. It is very beautiful. Recently, I've been saying that the diagrammatics we worked on very early on in Cora are now necessary to handle the complexity of the projects like his project. Could you just say a few words about the way you formulate your ideas graphically as methods?
Thank you. I think I must dig a bit deeper, but very short. I think what I adopt since I grew up, from not being an architect. I'm sorry to say this. I mean, it's to take a Wittgensteinian turn, if I may, to take the politics of language seriously. And you cannot say something in the words that's being used wrongly with topological mixings all the time. And then there were the, grueling years in the Department of Architecture, doodling, scribbling and all that helped me. But I'm a student in complexity theory and chaos. So that's exactly what comes first. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, well, this is a very rare opportunity and maybe I don't have much time left to repeat this kind of meeting. To respond to our friend here, the future generation, the generation that have to live through the coming years with the whole story that we have seen from the presentations. Let me try with my humble statement, be concrete. You've seen how Pak Yoyo been doing on this one. In the project of raising building consciousness, we need more people to be the facilitator of consciousness building in different areas. So you can still be working for your livelihood, your living. Be an architect, you draw or drawing, you build park and everything. But on the other hand, you still be able to maintain the work like you've been doing in your small community, a larger one, whatever. There is no definition, no prescription that you have to do at that level to do this kind of things. Yeah, you can grow and learn together with your community and start with the bamboo, start with the waste, start with the water, start the flooding, whatever you find something in the nature, community, human kind of interactions. And then we learn. I'm still learning, yeah. And then we learn, we talk, have a meeting like this. Good things that we have Raul here with Cora projects. Perhaps I can ask them, we build this kind of activities around the Cora global project, something we can think about this more creatively and start learning and preparing for resistance, resilience. We can, okay, that's a good idea, but I want to do this, not that one, okay? Maybe not the whole thing you can win, use the word win, but at least we can preserve something that is ours. This is us. This is we, myself, and my immediate community, social network. If we build this one small scale along the way, hopefully, I'm trying to be more positive here, that we have maintained certain elements in the big cloud, that we still have some, in the big war in Europe, we still have some peace in different areas, right? So it doesn't have to be a global World War III, okay? There are some people have a war there, but we have a peace here and do something here. So please, doing your best with your friends. And I think I can introduce you with my own network, my students here and in Germany and the US, wherever, Sabarani, there are networks, and build this network of consciousness raising campaign, not just word, but really we are working as a homework ourselves and our immediate social, whatever you define. So hopefully then we can work something. We don't go have to be more perfect theories, data and everything. It's enough for us to understand now, hey, we have a very, very serious issue here. While we are talking about the next 2045, the golden Indonesia. What is this? Okay, let's work something here and then. Hopefully then we have something to achieve. It's important that make us more optimistic about our future. Even though there is a big cloud and challenge, don't worry, together we can. This is like a campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. We have to stop the session here to have lunch. I think Sophie and Sibarani will leave us soon. Oh, great. Great. So thank you very much, because I think we'll trigger a few more after the next few speakers will come. I think there's an equal amount of stuff to debate. So I think we'll have more discussion. That's really great. Okay, then thank you so far, but we'll have more of this discussion afterwards. And like Kemal saying, this is quite unique, actually. So, and we'll have more speakers coming. Okay, thank you, and lunch time. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We'll have lunch break until 1:30. But before you go out, please, to all speakers and to all guests, you can collect lunch at the back room behind the screen over there. And then please come back to this room at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Oh, iya benar. Nah, ini tadi. Tapi ada iklannya tadi ya? Iya, Pak. Karena ini kan non profit lagi, Pak. Dan sudah ya. Yang sudah baik. Dan
Check, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys had a great lunch. And right now we are going to continue to our next session, which will be on a talk given by John Palmesino. From Territorial Agency. But before we start, I would like to introduce our moderator for our afternoon session, which is David Hutama. Give a round of applause for Mr. David Hutama.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. And we are going to have many speakers this afternoon. I will just mention some names that are going to be to present their ideas, their thoughts, about this subject, conscious city. There will be John Palmesino, and Alice Nurdini. I will mention the name by order of their presentation later, and then Jehan Shah Siregar. Continue with. Oh, sorry. After John Palmesino is Nasin Mahtani, and then is this better? Yeah, sorry. So after John Palmesino presented his thought, we will continue to Nasir Mahtani, and then after that Jehan Shah Siregar, Alice Nurdini, and then we're going to have Mark Peters from Bandung Nusa Verde, David Wijaya from Ibuku, and then lastly we're going to have Andri from ITB. So I mean, this afternoon's presentation is going to be, quite diverse in terms of subject. I mean, in the morning session, I think we can see that we discuss about a lot about cities, settlement, and the impact, and then how, and the scale of complexity relating to that. But I mean, in the afternoon session, I think we're going to expand the discussion not just about the city, but we're going to also discuss about materiality, which is bamboo. So I mean, without further ado, I will give time to John Palmesino to present his work. Yeah. Who's going to John? So while we are waiting for John presenting his work, just so we're going to have the presentation one by one without question and answer. I think we're going to have a discussion after all presentation. So I mean, I hope all the audience, I mean, if you have questions or anything that you want to comment on the words, please make notes, keep it in your notebook, and then join the conversation after the all discussion. Okay.
Hello, everyone. And it's very nice to be connected to our friends from the AA in this global forum. And I'm John Palmesino. I am, together with Anne-Sophie Rønskog, the Director of Territorial Agency, and we are unit masters at the AA, where we run Diploma 4 since more than a decade and a half. The presentation I'm going to do today is called Climate Peace, and it's a proposition on how to handle the current climate chaos from an architectural perspective. Let me share screen so that we can get into the directly into the presentation. I'll start with a simple question, and it's a question that is articulating the new dimensions of what we used to call the city. The simple question, how heavy is a city, is complex in its answering. It demands a reimagination of the conditions of urbanity. It demands a reimagination of its extension and its intensifications. Today, the city is coextensive with the planet. The rapid acceleration that has shaped human life since the onset of the Anthropocene in the 1950s has transformed what we used to think was a space of interaction and construction by architecture as a stable space against the backdrop of the unstable nature. It is now of such a magnitude. And the answer to that simple question is also a very long number, 30 trillion tons. That is the only other structure that is equivalent to the contemporary dimension of the city is the biosphere. What we're seeing here is an offshoot of the biosphere. The city has now become the dimension that Peter Haff calls the technosphere, all the structure, which is made up of all the structures that we have built and we are using to sustain human life. Infrastructures, cities, buildings, but of course also agriculture, domesticated animals and plants, the plantations that sustain us, like in this set of images, the structures of the plantations in the Kalimantan. The expansion of the city to become the technosphere, a new paradigm of the earth, like the lithosphere, the atmosphere, the biosphere, is an expansion that cuts across pre-existing territories. It reestablishes completely different relations between life forms and their spaces of reference, between the structures of the many cycles of the earth and the conditions of inhabitation. Today, human activity interferes with every single cycle of the earth, from the carbon cycle to the nitrogen cycle to the water and this expansion and intensification of the what we used to call the city is now interacting so quickly and so rapidly with the biosphere that the structures of the earth are completely destabilized. So at the time when we have destabilization of the technosphere and destabilization of the biosphere, the atmosphere, the earth, what we start seeing is that the scientists are telling us very clearly that the conditions in which we could inhabit as we're doing now, the planet will demand 7 of our Earths. We're currently running on 7 different Earths. We are using the equivalent of the resources of 7 planets. And this is really transforming the material structures, the energy and the information flows of the only one Earth we have. We have convulsion of all kinds. So the project that I'm proposing here is climate peace. We need to bring the 7 planets into one and recompose the structures of the interaction between the technosphere, the biosphere, the atmosphere, and the lithosphere. From within, the technosphere appears as made up of all the things that we design: homes, houses, roads, fields, plantations, computers, airports, information systems, associations, unions, states, and the energy fluxes that sustain it. From within the technosphere, we see the expansion of the realm of design. We think that we are in charge, and we think that we are seeing the takeover from the structures of unpredictability that we used to associate with what we call nature, from the clarity of technology and thought. But from a planetary perspective, from the perspective of earth sciences, the technosphere is now quasi-autonomous and it's self-organizing, and we are only one of the components, and definitely not the main driver. The dynamics of the expansion of the technosphere are far more exuberant and increasingly powerful than anything that we can handle ourselves. We are becoming a component of the technosphere, but not its main driver. This has to do with what I mentioned, the great acceleration, which is here marked in this hockey stick graph of the global energy consumption, which is a graph that I think everybody has seen many times. We're now using as much energy as it is as net primary production. Everything that sustains human life is using as much energy that is transformed by life from the sun. The conditions of intensification are called the great acceleration by earth scientists. If we look at the same graphs, not in total structures, we're now using around 617 exajoules. As we look at them in percentage, what we see is a succession of waves of energy use, and the different lines indicate the different sources of energy for human consumption at a global level. And what we see is the decline of the use of wood, which used to be connected by city-state, small aggregates, what we still many imagine as the city, supplanted by the rise and fall of coal, and then oil and gas. And if you are interested in the renewable energies, that little wiggly line at the bottom of the chart. Wood, city-state. Coal, empire, large organization of extraction, demand, very large bureaucracies that expand the structures of supply and demand and organize large systems of extraction. The oil in phase of our rapid acceleration is demanded by the international, by the reorganization of polities, like the moment where there's a new alliance at an international level, starting in Bandung, for instance, with the non-aligned movement, but the United Nations, the formation of the European project, a new space that tries to govern this new entity of energy that is largely a commodity. The hypothesis is that as we are moving into renewables, as we're moving into a decarbonization of our society, we need a new form of city. And this is the project of climate peace. We need a new form of a city that we call the cosmopolis. It's a cosmopolitical project that redefines the cosmos and needs to bring different elements together. I'll show you 3 examples of how this can be achieved. I'll start with our own project, the Museum of Oil that we are developing in collaboration with Greenpeace. And the Museum of Oil is a space for political engagement. It's a space for new advocacy, but mainly it's a space for public diplomacy. We all know that we shall need to keep oil in the ground. We all know and understand that it is the primary condition through which we can start the reorganization of our decarbonized societies and decarbonized democracies. So the Museum of Oil proposes to look at us from the future, making the difficult decisions, and it will have to be many decisions, to keep oil in the ground. We shall need to keep oil in the ground. But who should start? Me? Why not you? This is the difficult relationship where we understand that in order to keep oil in the ground, we need to change everything. We need to change our food supply system. We need to change our hospitals. We need to change our economies, our pension schemes. We need to reshape the very structures of the notions of democracy. So what we establish in the Museum of Oil is a set of spaces, a clear analysis of territorial structures that have been completely wrought by oil, that then demand the complex negotiation to start the difficult decisions to reshape the very material basis that is now shaped by oil, and try to understand step by step how to reconnect those territories, those large elements that you see in these looming satellite data images, to the Earth. How to imagine the new cosmopolis for climate peace needs to reimagine our relationship to the Earth. Our idea of architecture is obviously that architecture shapes the forms of cohabitation and shapes the material basis that structure those elements of cohabitation. Today, to live together is we are in a condition of being completely torn. After the Cold War, we enter the Warm War, a space of complex upheavals of the relationship between the spaces of cohabitation, our polities, and the material basis of our spaces. So one first step, complex spaces of negotiation. Second step that I want to show you today is a project called Oceans in Transformation, which was commissioned by a fantastic contemporary art organization, TVA21. And Oceans in Transformation brings a second step to the complex negotiation to achieve climate peace, and that is that the reconnection to the ocean, no solution of continuity between land and ocean. We need to overcome, when we are understanding the expansion of the technosphere to the entire planet and its interference with all the structures of cohabitation, we need to expand the relationship.
Thinking is for us a way of engaging different groups, individuals.
Between the ocean and land. Every second breath you are taking is produced by the biosphere in the ocean, the oxygen that comes from the biosphere of the ocean. The ocean is now in rapid transformation. Its rapid transformation are indicating that it is completely carved and shaped by overfishing, by extraction, by transformation of its temperatures and its circulation, its acidity, its biota is mixed and transported across the planet by the intensification of shipping. So how to take an account, how to give an image of the contemporary ocean is what we have done in this project called Oceans in Transformation, where we brought together the understanding of hundreds of scientists of what is happening today in the ocean. And having collaborated with an art organization to transform them, help them transform them into an organization that advocates for the safeguarding of the ocean, we posed the question of the ocean as a sensorium. The ocean, the planetary ocean, we know it's one large circulation of the ocean, is a sensorium. It senses the transformation of the planet. It expands and heats and changes its own circulation in reference to the activity of the biosphere, of Gaia, and then inscribes back into the activity of Gaia the elements of its own dynamics. It is a constantly transforming sensing devices that is now intercepted by the rapid increase of information fluxes of the technosphere. Here you see a series of complex information that is gathered by sensors orbiting the planet, sensors on satellites, sensors that are airborne, sensors that are at the level of the waves, sensors that are in the waters, tracking animals, sensors that are at the bottom of the sea. And each one of the sensing devices is operated through a different imaginary, a different preoccupation, a different stake from the different scientists. And what happens is that from one ocean, we go to a plurality of oceans, where the different preoccupations of fisheries and local communities of historical communities versus notions of, with different notions of the future, start composing an image that is completely patchy, completely reorganized in a multiplicity of gaps. And so Oceans in Transformation is really a way of bringing together the multiplicity of visions of the ocean and reconnecting them to the land. And when the ocean encounters the land with no solution of continuity, we have a situation like this one. And this is the moment, I think, that might resonate with the conditions you are seeing. This is a very simple multi-temporal analysis. This is 40 years of data of observation of Houston in Texas. And it's just one of the large metropolis of coastal relation. The coast is a moment of most rapid and intense relation. In blue, you see the areas that we built over the last 20 years. We covered completely in Houston all the surfaces that drained the big rains. In white, down here, in this grayish area, you see sea level rise. And it is at that junction between the ocean and land that we start understanding the impact of architecture on the ocean, on the structures that we thought until now as separate space that is outside. Sea level rise is the result of the rapid urbanization of the planet, of the intensification of the technosphere. And it is at that space, between land and sea that the Earth is the most sensitive. It is that space that is the most conducive to small, where small changes generate large transformations. It is where Earth and life interact constantly. It is the sensible zone. It is the most sensitive condition of the planet, but it's also the most sensed part. It's where we act on the different moments of reading and sensing through our multiple technologies of Earth observation, the structures of the Earth. So if we need to start the construction of the complex new cosmopolis, where we recompose the different cosmoses of the multiple dimensions, human,
your time is
human, artificial, that compose the Earth in order to achieve climate peace, where we can start is at the moment of the interaction between the technosphere, the ocean, and the land. It is in that moment that we need to reverse the horizons, where we need to address a new architecture, an architecture that imagines itself within the complex dynamics of the Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your presentation. We hope you will stay in the session, and so you can join our conversation after all presenters present their works. So I think we can give one round of applause to John for the presentation. Thank you. Okay, we go to the next presenter. The next presenter is Nasim. Yeah, Nasim Mahtani, please. Yeah.
Saya cek dulu aja.
Yeah. Hello? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Um, all right. Thanks, everyone. First of all, thank you to the organizing committee, ITB, for hosting, and the AA for the invitation to share in this discussion today. And of course, to all of the speakers before, I think there's a lot of insight from all of the presentations this morning. I think the theme of conscious cities is a really interesting one for us to think about, both in terms of what it means to be conscientious of the environments that we're living and building in, as has been discussed by many of the speakers, but also, I think this disappeared. While we wait for this, I'll just continue, but also what it means to be aware of the multiple consciouses that exist in the city, as was, I think, has already been touched on by Pak Kamal earlier, as well as Pak Henry, and the question that came up from here earlier about we're not building on tabula rasas. There are multiple histories, there are existing intelligences, and what it means to be aware of these and living and building for the 21st century. And then as we hold these tensions in mind, what does it mean for us to how do we radically move away from colonialist and imperialist traditions of flattening all of these multiple consciouses that exist in the areas where we build, and re-invite those multiple intelligences, those multiple ways of knowing and understanding where we build and live, in order to find ways where we can co-create the city. So it's not a master architect or a master planner, but really finding ways to enroll the majority of people into a collaborative process. And so to unpack that, I want to share a bit of the work that we're doing on building one of the largest open source infrastructures for climate adaptation, and what the lessons we've learned along the way, and what this might suggest for 21st century urbanism, especially within this framework of building at the limits of predictability. And of course, when I say that, I'm talking about the climate crisis that we're all discussing today. These headlines, I'm sure, are familiar to us all. These are just from this week, so I don't need to go through them. But one news article that really caught my attention was this one, which is outlining our addiction to weather apps, which I thought was really interesting because it speaks to a larger trend of datafication and this belief that with more data and more predictive modeling, somehow we can overcome the crisis that we are facing. And underlying this is all a sense of, if only we had more control, then we'd be able to address the challenges facing us today. But if we look at if just looking at Indonesia, for example, in Jakarta in particular, all of the major flood events in recent years have been a result of infrastructure failure. And what's really important to point out about that is that no amount of predictive modeling could have predicted these events. No amount of modeling can predict where the canal wall will break, or when the pump will fail, or when the electricity to a certain pump will cut off, causing a certain area to fail. And this is the reality that we are building for today. So it's beyond certain limits of predictability. And in a time of climate change, what we're experiencing is a far greater intensity of weather, and the infrastructures we have in place don't have the capacity to deal with this. If we talk about path dependencies also, Jakarta, if we look at it, it was built on a swampland. And what was originally a swampland during the Dutch colonization was turned into a port city. And those infrastructures are inherited to the 30 million plus residents of Jakarta today. as well as the extreme weather that we're facing that don't have the capacity to keep up with the changing intensity of the climate. And so they're bursting and breaking under pressure, causing new types of hazards. And so we call this condition overcapacity urbanism, which requires us really to think about new ways of thinking about infrastructure that are far more flexible and adaptive than we've traditionally been thinking of them. And I think in any context, as has been touched upon lightly in the previous presentations, one of the places we can really learn about how to live in our environments are from people who live in those environments, because people who live in a particular place understand those challenges best and have developed strategies to live with whatever challenges certain environments present. So for example, when we were working with the residents living along the river in Jakarta that floods often, they have developed certain ways of understanding the pattern of the eddies or even the color of the water to understand how forceful the flood will arrive, when it will arrive, and they use this knowledge to prepare. And even though climate change has disrupted all of these local modes of knowing, digital media networks have provided new channels for residents to self-organize. This is a really great publication by Abdulmalik Simon and Edgar Peters. And one of the concepts that they talk about is makeshift, how the majority of urban residents who don't have the opportunity to move away from Jakarta, even as its capital moves, but have to live with this situation. What do? And so they devise creative strategies to live with the challenges that they are facing. I think for the Indonesians in this room, this is a very common photo where a garbage truck is repurposed as a ferry during the flood to carry this motorcycle across to the other side of the road. And this guy is on his phone texting his friends saying, hey, there's a crossing here. You guys can all cross here. And in this case, we're seeing that the mobile phone is being used as an infrastructure to coordinate. And that's something that we can leverage, especially in this region. So the region that we're sitting in now is home to 100 million more smartphones than people. And even during disasters, as you can see in this picture here, even during the flood, people are actively sharing information with each other. Well, a lot of photos are like this, they're flood selfies, but in that information that they're sharing on social media, they're also sharing information about points of access, like that ferry example, about infrastructure updates, about community response. And so the question then becomes, how do we make use of that distributed sense-making, that distributed intelligence that already exists all over the city from residents who are facing the challenge firsthand, and gather that information and structure it in a meaningful way so that we can meaningfully coordinate in the face of extreme weather events. And so in 2013, a group of researchers began to develop an open source software called Cognicity. And how it works is that it's designed to plug into any social media platform, and it can detect certain keywords, disaster-related keywords, for example. So, for example, flood or banjir or gempa or earthquake. When the software detects that keyword, we have a bot that will automatically respond to the user, asking them if they're really in the disaster and to confirm their situation. And if they respond, they're guided through a few simple steps to submit a disaster report. And as soon as they submit that report, that appears on a real-time map that is extremely data light. It's designed to be used for the mobile phone, and it's free and accessible for anyone to use. And here are some of the what the map looks like during a period of high flooding. Some examples of reports that have been shared in the past, both about infrastructure monitoring, broken canals, but then also about inaccessible roads, blackouts even. And what this allows is for a way for us to reach millions of people every day and gather information from street level from the people who know the situation best because they are experiencing it. But at the same time, we also work with government agencies who are monitoring the map in real time to understand and gain from that resident knowledge and use that to respond to resident needs. And so in this way, it develops a real-time, transparent, two-way information sharing system that enables everyone to more equally participate in decision-making and resource management in their communities. So when we're talking about the technologies that we have today, and especially in the context of collecting data and platforms and smart cities, instead of concentrating decision-making in a small handful of people sitting in a control room, what we're trying to do is make this information accessible to every single person through their mobile phones so that everyone can participate in this process in a cooperative way, which allows for greater coordination, but also new types of social relationships to form. And the reason that the platform has worked so well is because it began with and is always emerging from a system of ongoing and iterative design that stems from collaborative co-research with the widest variety of stakeholders, where we spent weeks staying with the communities living on Mount Merapi. We learned from the communities who are directly facing the forest fires in Kalimantan, in Sumatra, and we try and understand what are the local knowledges that already exist and how can we leverage that with the technologies we have today in order to amplify them, but also use those as a method of adaptation. So I particularly like this meme because it's not about developing for the stakeholders, as was mentioned in a previous talk this morning, but really for the people who are using this and who are part of building and co-creating our cities. And so in this way, we say that software can act as infrastructure for climate adaptation, because we can take existing components that already exist and simply rewire them to form new relationships in order to allow different ways of creating the city through greater civic co-management. So this is a data and operations diagram. There's quite a lot to digest there, but there's an animated link if anyone is interested that breaks it down. I am trained as an architect and I see this as an architecture diagram because it outlines all of the relationships that we have to maintain in order to keep the data flowing. And for me, this represents a design project because it's about composing creative relationships and maintaining and adapting them with an acknowledgement that adaptation is an acknowledgement that we are going to face environmental risk. This is something that we have to accept, and that adapting is about the emergent relationships that can occur in the face of this risk. One of the affordances of software as infrastructure is that it is far more flexible and adaptable than the hard infrastructures that we have in place. So during a flood, our servers can scale in real time. We often have a 26,000% increase in activity, and our servers will clone themselves to handle that peak load and then collapse back down in the same day once that load is lowered. And so that allows us to keep costs low, keep energy usage very low, but also ensure that the platform is always running even during the peak of the disaster. Of course, this doesn't solve flooding. There's a lot of layered histories in that, and a lot of politics tied within that as well. But while software cannot fix broken infrastructure, what it can do is it can help gap infrastructure failure. So when the hard infrastructures of our cities burst and break under increasing pressure, software can create a space to capture that overflow of water and render it as information that can be shared by all residents in order to navigate that excess of water that has spilled in the city. And so sometimes building resilience is not always about building form. As architects, it's not about formal interventions, but about building communities and finding ways to adapt that are not necessarily tangible as we've traditionally understood it, but tangible in the way that they allow for new forms of social relationships and material reorganizations to occur. And significantly, what I think is significant is that this suggests a different way of adapting and living with the water, because I would suggest that this is an image of the river as it exists in the Anthropocene cities. And here we grant visibility to the river. We grant visibility to the river's consciousness within the city, its role in the city, instead of blocking it off, which many of the major channelization projects are currently doing. Instead of blocking it off and, you know, refusing to accept that we are living on a swampland, this gives recognition back to the river in a way that suggests that there are different ways of inhabiting places that have water, where water overflows, in a way that accepts that the water will overflow and not insist that we always have to create a hard separation, because as we can see, those separations often fail. It's really important for us that this work remains open source. And, you know, to draw on a question that came up earlier, can technology address many of these challenges? I think fundamentally, if it is to address the challenges, we must talk about the diversity of knowledge and of keeping knowledge practices open. And having this as open source infrastructure has allowed us to create a space where many people can come and contribute in a common space, but then benefit from it equally as well. And that's what has allowed our project to grow. What started as a project in Indonesia has now grown across the region. And we are now building a global framework to allow users of the software to work together and share this knowledge laterally, which in itself has created another level of infrastructure of knowledge sharing. And so I'll just end by saying that when we're thinking about intervening in these challenging environments and being conscientious of the places that we're building in and within, it's not always about building something entirely new or starting over, but starting from where we are, even if the contexts are very challenging, and creating ways to rewire already existing components, to rearrange them differently towards less exploitive, more creative and collaborative relationships. Because then we can see design and urbanism not as form, but as a continuous process and an adaptation. Adaptation in the sense of paying attention to change, paying attention to risk as a compassionate acceptance of the volatile living environment. And I think I'll just end on that note. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting. Okay, now we arrive to our third speaker, Jahansyah Siregar. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the committee for the invitation. My name is Muhammad Jahansyah Siregar. I belong to Housing and Settlement Research Group. And therefore, the title of my presentation is Conscious Settlements, New Capital City, New Housing Strategy. We are talking about the new capital city again in this afternoon session. Okay, next please. I begin my presentation with the paper in Journal of Government Science, Indonesian Society of Government Science, in the special edition on cost and benefit of new capital city development.
me and my friends, my colleague Andrinov Chaniago, had a paper there with the title of Moving the Capital City to Kalimantan as an effort to get out of various development paradoxes. Actually, we were united in a team called as Vision 2033 team, Indonesia Vision 2033 team, me, Andrinov, Erani, and Mustilsyah. We are academicians, lecturer from several universities in Indonesia, me from ITB and Andrinov from University of Indonesia, Erani from University of Brawijaya, Malang. And since that time, this paper were published in 2010. Since that time, this idea of moving the capital city to Kalimantan's growing more and more, and we were participated in many discussions in Indonesia, in many government agencies, mass media, etc. Okay, next, please. The idea of moving the capital city to Kalimantan was actually not new at that time. Yeah. The main problem is the unbalanced development in Indonesia. As we know, there is the very big disparity in regional development amongst area in Indonesia. So the idea is in promoting idea of moving the state capital of Jakarta to Kalimantan Island is rational and comprehensive approach in determining national development policy choices. And considering wider national interests and the future of Indonesia, also considering the integration of the nation, strengthen the existence Indonesia as a maritime country, also creating the new epicenter of regional development in Indonesia, and the last but not the least, to building a quality global city in an area in East Kalimantan, and now we call it as Nusantara. In this presentation, I address the issue on housing and urban development. In our opinions, there are some problems in Indonesian development regarding the housing and urban developments. There are the regional disparity amongst 5 big islands and amongst middle and big cities in Java Island. As we know, Jakarta, Surabaya, and Bandung cities are the 3 largest metropolitans in Indonesia and facing so many problems and make those metropolitans become unsustainable cities with regard to almost all aspects: transportation, housing, urban land, yeah, etc. So, in line with the regional disparity, the problems of unsustainable metropolitan cities in Java Islands become the big problems in development of regional areas in Indonesia. And the second is the rapid urbanization, mainly in Jakarta, Surabaya, and Bandung metropolitans. And as the impact of this rapid urbanization is the housing backlogs in Indonesia remain increasing from 11.4 million become 12.75 million. This is the last census by BPS 2020. And this housing problems remains increasing from 10 years to 10 years. I remember from census 1990, then 2000, and then 2010, And the last census, 2020, the housing backlogs remain increasing, meaning that the housing problems, especially in urban area, has not been solved effectively. Yeah, this is the problems regarding the housing and urban development. Next, please. And based on that idea, then since 2015 until recent days, the idea of moving the national capital of Jakarta has been started to be prepared and implemented by the administration of President Joko Widodo. And we know this program is a super priority project or national strategic project. And we can see in the website of IKN authority, the authority of state capital. This is also the our idea to suggest to advise the government to establish a special body, a special authority to conduct the development of state capital city. And we can see in the website there are so many planning ideas. For example, IKN as a super hub, 6 economic clusters, 2 supporting clusters, etc. In the morning session, we have heard many planning in IKN from Mr. Barani. What I'm going to say in this presentation, in this slide, is that the housing program up to now in IKN, in our new capital city, is still very limited, in my opinion. Yeah. For example, the first housing program is construction workers housing, totaling 22 towers or more than 1,000 units. The second is ministers housing, 36 units. Civil servant housing, housing for ASN, Pegawai Negeri, 47 towers. And the 2 last program is looking for big private investors. And the program is still as a standalone state capital development. So in this regard, we note that the many problems has to be addressed and become advisory points to the government. The first is remain lack of consideration of linking the capital development with other cities' problems. As the previous presentation slide, the problems in Jakarta, Jabodetabek, and Java Islands do not be linked yet with this IKN program. And the second is no strategy and plan to mitigating housing problems in 3 biggest metropolitans in Java Islands. What about the housing problems in Jakarta and Jabodetabek, in Surabaya and in Bandung? At the same time, the IKN projects has been developed since 2 or 3 years ago, and in the future, up to now, there is no links, there is no strategy to mitigate the problems in Java and Jakarta, housing problems. And the third point is the absence of innovative housing strategy to provide housing for urban middle and low income groups, especially. If we're looking at the housing program in IKN, there is almost no innovation. And looking for investors. But we heard from Mr. Barani in morning session that finally IKN program, IKN projects, lastly, and at the least, yeah, rely on the government-driven program. That is the fact up to now. This is the challenge and problems in housing and urban development. Next, please. Beside making a paper, we make discussion with the IKN authority. We bring housing and urban development policy inputs, and together we analyze housing strategy in IKN as solution for housing problems in Indonesia nationwidely. Because in our opinion, the development of IKN is an opportunity, a big opportunity for Indonesia, yeah, to overcome its housing and urban development problems. So at least there are 5 5 strategies we have discussed, yeah, and bring it as inputs, yeah, to the authority. And up to now, this idea still in the development and research. Yeah, we are going to looking at the next year how the IKN authority will deal with housing problem. The first point is public sector-led development in housing and urban development. This is very important aspect. From these 5 points, we can discuss this further because there will be many aspects to be discussed, and these are not related to technical matters. Yeah.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes, okay. Public sector-led development in housing and urban development, as Mr. Sibarani already mentioned. Yeah, he said a government driven development, and put public housing development as the spearhead of regional development. The second is strategy and program for sustainable community and housing. This is also important, and it needs a strong concept of whom the housing is for in IKN, and what type of new communities to be developed. The third is managing inclusive economic development, manage the increase of land value, and enable the government to manage better than existing cities. The fourth is range of housing choices, including public housing, self-help housing, and state housing, besides commercial housing. Meaning that government should develop housing delivery systems and housing tenantships rather than only about housing projects. As we look at the previous slides, only housing projects brought by Ministry of PUPR, yeah, housing types, prices, and unit sizes. No, government should develop the housing delivery system, including public housing and self-help housing. And the fifth is focus on low income and middle income groups. Yeah, this is mandated in our constitution, Article 28H. Yeah. Because the main objective of housing development in IKN is to balancing housing supply, besides to provide public servant housing, of course, and to control the urban growth. But the problem of imbalance housing supply in Indonesia remain. Yeah? And the second, most houses were provided as high density and high-rise flat and multi-family apartments. This is already mentioned by IKN authority, and the challenges for architectural design. So type of housing doesn't look repetitive and boring. So these are only technical and architectural design challenge, but in the bigger idea of housing development and in policy level, the government should develop many new policy direction, new housing strategies, and new housing delivery system. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I welcome the fourth presenter, Alice Nurdini.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hopefully, all of us are in good condition. I will continue this part of presentation about conscious human settlements. Lesson learned from post-disaster housing of Mount Semeru eruption and Cianjur earthquake. My name is Alice Nurdini. I also came from Housing and Human Settlement Research Group, similar with Dr. Jahansyah, School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, ITB. The presentation, basically, the next please. The presentation basically consists 3 points: the case studies, the process, and then the reflection for resiliency conscious human settlements. The next. These 2 cases where we from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, ITB, have opportunity to get involved, including Pak Andri Widyo Wijatmoko, our head of architecture program, with other multi-agencies, among other the local government, the government of Republic Indonesia, and with non-government organizations. This first case is the site plan of housing relocation for the victim of Mount Semeru eruption at the end of the year of 2021. My opinion that this project is still the hardest project that we still in the period of COVID pandemic 19 with the limitation of mobilities or partial lockdown. Besides that, we face force major project, quote unquote, at the end of the year, which means, like many formal agencies, we were in closing budget period. We are in closing activity period. The limitation of resources by administratively. So the eruption of Mount Semeru occurred at 4 December 2021. According to the Indonesia Post-Disaster Agencies, approximately 170 of houses were buried by volcano ashes with more than 3 meters of height. And besides the numbers of death victims also. So it is the urgency program for housing relocation. The core of and the initiator of the program is the local government. In this case is Lumajang Regency government, especially the Directorate of Housing and Settlement area. We appreciate the speed of coordination that led by the Lumajang government that time. And the next core partner, our main core partner is Rumah Amal Salman as a NGO of public donation or charity trust fund agencies to bridge the limitation of resources during the end of the year. So the team of School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, SAPPD, ITB, together with the local government, focus to make site plan of housing relocation. We collaborate also with the Association of Indonesian Architects, we call it IAI of East Java, architecture program of Malang Islamic University, Maulana Malik Ibrahim, and so on. So we produce with limited time constraint, approximately 3 until 4 weeks to produce site planning for land clearing construction. The field survey conducted by the team of Rumah Amal Salman and also limited staff from ITB such as Dr. Andri and Dr. Medria and limited assistants. We know that at the end of December, we also face the holiday, period. So we have limited resources at that time. We coordinate the site plan design mostly by online meeting or marathon or Zoom meeting. Thanks God for the ICT support that we can make several online meeting. Besides offline meeting that was attended by Majang major and the vice major directly. So the site plan and the development of relocation, the next slide, please. So the site plan and the development of relocation at Sumber Mujur village for approximately 2,500 units of houses, the public facilities, including community farm and cattle for goat stall, had been ready at the March 2022 and opened officially by our Vice President. Then the next one, this is our publication or sharing to Media Indonesia, our daily newspaper at this year, 2023, to share our experience and our feeling about the process. The next, please. And the second case is the Kampung site plan for readjustment or consolidation post-earthquake victim in Cianjur. The earthquake also happened at the end of the year of 2022, specifically at 21 November 2022 also. So from the data, the earthquake at Cianjur Regency magnitude about 5.6 Richter scale and give impact to the damage approximately about 53,048 houses unit according to the Indonesia Post Disaster Agency. So this is the quite big size of the damage for the self-help house here. In my opinion, facing this project that's still in the process and feels like reinventing the wheel. Overall, have to set up from the start line and different stakeholder again. We deeply realized we still do not have systematically approach or conscious system in the context of disaster relief management at our city. The core and the initiator of the program is the local government. In this case, is Cianjur Regency government, the government of Indonesia Republic in the term of post-disaster, focus on subsidy for building risk reconstruction, especially with modular system called RISA, or self-built that approved by the legal agencies. The subsidy, approximately about 30 million rupiah, until 60 million rupiah, depend on the damage of the house's condition that assessed by local authorities. And this amount of subsidy for individual house make the reconstruction only focus at the scale of building, not in the basic layout and infrastructure of the kampung itself. In fact, our team see that the kampung-kampung of Cianjur, that there are so many parcel of houses are in sprawl condition, self-built, and in very irregular site plan. It is mostly do not have safe access in front of their house or do not have open space in the scale of community as appointed assembly point. So we start to appoint our priority kampung, which is Cikadu 2. That's the name of the priority village that is in the condition of isolated access until now, and start to communicate the urgency to consolidate their parcel together to get better access, better having hierarchical access and main access road in their kampung. Step by step, all community approaches done by collaboration with the Rumah Aman Salman NGO. And this day, they agree to share partial of their land together to have better infrastructure beside the reconstruction of their home. So we still fight for the speed of coordination and administrative process for the land readjustment. The next the last one. Oh yeah, this is our progress for site plan of Kampung Cikadu 2. Cikadu 2, yeah. The next one. The next slide. Yeah. As a reflection, there are 4 points as summary that we want to underline. The first one, that we have to improve 3 sphere gradually and incrementally from the sphere of vision, focus on humanity fulfillment. The second one is the system sphere, such as our regulation, focus on basic delivery, supply chain regulation as system. And the third one is the technical or innovation aspect, as focus for academician, practitioner, and industry. The second one is ICT as accelerator for effective system, to gain user need, to gather multi-perspective, to avoid unnecessary quote-unquote ritual or ceremonial administration. And the third one is community involvement and partnership, start for involvement of land system, building system, and the supply chain system for housing resources. The fourth one is the post-disaster unit as a regular unit, not only an ad hoc unit. That's what I feel, that's what we feel, for all public agencies, including in universities. Thank you. That's all for the presentation.
Thank you. I think this presentation ends the discussion or presentation regarding urban and city. So now we're going to have another 3 presenters that is going to discuss bamboo as the main subject. So we're going to welcome our first presenter, Mark.
Oke. Good afternoon, selamat siang. Saya Mark Peters. Saya tidak tahu dari mana Ronald did find me. He found me. But he said you don't have to come in the morning, come in the afternoon. But I'm very happy that was here in the morning, because I see that we are in fact very close. Bamboo and what you are intending to do in architecture. So the next one, what is this? Okay, I'm a Belgian, or was a Belgian. I was born in Antwerp, now very famous for cocaine. We have the biggest cocaine distribution point in the world, 200 ton a year. I came here in 77 and I made Indonesia telephone infrastructure. So I built 30 years telephone. I did everything. I connected Palapa, submarine, everything. And then I had to do something else or become a director for telecom in China, but I didn't want. I thought Indonesia is green, Shanghai is beton. So I stayed, but then I was fired. So then I thought I'd do something else. Let go green. I'll do something in green. And then I was contacted by Oprins, Jan Oprins. Maybe you can do something in bamboo. So then we studied bamboo. In 2008, I met the first time Jan, but in 2009, I got it. I think bamboo, that's it. That's the future. That is to make our world a little bit better. And why is Jan? It is also Johan. They both are the people that created or invented the protocols to make bamboo in the laboratory. Because it's difficult to get seeds, definitely tropical bamboo, and it takes a long time to do cuttings, staking. Jan has a very good laboratory in Belgium and also produce only ornamental plants. I have to stop here. I thought, yeah, so I go back. Okay. Yeah, I might. Must go slow. Yeah. So where I ended up in Yogyakarta, there is the laboratory. It was found years ago. Jan came to Indonesia in 1996, but now he made a laboratory very unique. I think we are #1 in the world in making bamboo. So we have 13 operators. They are sitting there. It's a very clean room. You can operate people there even better than an operation room in a hospital. And then we create the plants all in a bottle. And we have approximately 20,000 square meters of land. I'll show you many pictures, not much text. Voila, we have also greenhouses. We have nurseries. On the left side, we are getting very famous because every week we have visitors. Tomorrow, next week we have visitors. This week we have visitors. That is a delegation from Belgium, from Antwerp, students from Antwerp who came to see how a guy from Antwerp did it in bamboo. So many all over the world that are visiting us because we do a unique thing. We make bamboo on a massive scale. We have also plants that we created. We plant them so everybody can see that it's really growing what we make in a bottle. So all different species. How is it made? Yeah. So this is in short how it is made. We select a very good bamboo in nature. Then we put them in a sterile environment. And there we take explants from, cuttings from. And that we put on in the phase 1. It's the phase 1 where we try to initiate. And then it goes, I hope the piece of bamboo thinks that is still growing on the original plant. And then we go to the second phase, that's multiplication. And there is a failure. Most of the time, the failure is in the first phase. It's very difficult to get. The worst case we had in 2020, just when COVID started, less than 1% success rate. But then once we get to phase 2, multiplication, we put in 3. Then we add roots. And then we put under the tunnels. And 5 we can send all over the world. Or 6 we can plant in the field. How it is, how we can do. So if we have 1 plant today, we multiply every 4 weeks. So in 52 weeks, we can make from 1 plant 1 million. Of course, never happening, but that is in theory, that could be. So it's all the plants are the same. They are identical to the mother plant. And they are high growers. They have uniform plants and they are normally also bigger in biomass and in higher yield. These are the plants we make. So we have 41 species. We have different clones. So you see in green, that is bamboo that can be used for industrial, for making bamboo, plywood, also to make pulp paper is possible. Then you have there are different, the same names, but different codes, means that it's coming from a different origin. We have the orange ones. The orange ones are ornamental, mostly made for sending overseas. And then the yellow one is a little bit in between that can be used as ornamental or industrial. These are the big ones that you see below is the picture, the bibit. So we have bibit. Bibit is also in Indonesian seedling, so it's a very good combination. Bibit is bamboo biotechnology. We have patented both names, Bambu Nusa Verde and Bibit. So these are the species that we make. I can't hear the push. Yeah. So yeah, this is the big picture. Bamboo is called the poor man's wood, but in fact it's the green gold because you can use it for everything. On the table we discussed that industry. We got the operational license from the Ministry of Industry, not from agriculture, not from forestry, but for industry, especially because at that time they said we need to get bamboo for mass production to make end products. So we got, but unfortunately, the Ministry of Forestry is not willing to plant very much bamboo. So this is the big picture. It's courtesy of IGRO, who had the great idea how to put it around the bamboo. So we are in the red circle, but you can do also other things like off farm, you can use what products you can make, energy, food, building materials, pulp, paper, textile. You can have an impact on the environment. You have social impact, you have environmental impact, water preservation, oxygen, land restoration. Then on the other side, you have financing. How you're going to finance bamboo, the green gold. This is crowdfunding, blockchain, anything. And then the networking, of course, government, but also NGOs. So this, and then bamboo is what the sustainable development goals. There are 17, but bamboo we can put in 14. Not many plants you can put in 14, because that is which is the impact in the environment, but also for the industry. All possible with bamboo. If you want to know more, you read the book of Pablo Der Lucht. He said booming bamboo, where he uses and explains all the end products that can be made from bamboo. And I did the same, because when in 2009, I was talking in forestry about bamboo, they said, oh, bamboo, poor man's wood. And then I started to make, I made this thing, products, and I call it collaboration, but it's more frustration, because nobody wanted to listen to me. So what I did, I made plywood bamboo. I made a construction in 2010 that was for the Belgian playground. It was a book of 7 centimeters thick of all items that we had to comply to in order to put that in Belgium in the playground. My daughter, she made a bamboo cover. We used with Vijaya University to make a stove. We made briquettes, we make granulate, we made density board, we made paper. We made pulp, we made a bike in 2000 without iron. Now it's all with iron. The connectors are iron. Every picture has a story, in fact. The first one I explained is a pulp. I sent that to Korea because Korea wanted to have pulp for textile. They wanted to have 10,000 tons a month. That is a lot of bamboo you have to plant. And I said, but you try first if my bamboo is working. And that is, I have the bamboo there. I forgot to put it. Later we sit here. Then I sent me a contract back. I had only to sign in Korean, it was already signed. I had to countersign. Cannot, because there is no plantation to support this. The third one, in 2017, I sent bamboo to China to make paper in China. They say, we like sea. Can you send me a container? I said, impossible. Yeah, you can send, but that it costs a fortune because you have to collect in every different place, bamboo, this kind of bamboo, and then ship it. In the bamboo, we have to collect in Kalimantan. Impossible. The next one, 2017, is torrefied bamboo. This is the replacement of coal, higher caloric value. 1 million ton a year, signed today for 30 years. Cannot, because it's not existing. I sent bamboo to South Africa for co-firing with coal. Was also done. Mad Pops, if you go to Bali, look for ice cream, Mad Pops ice cream. My daughter, she has sticks from bamboo. She makes the ice cream. Pellets, we made pellets. We shipped bamboo dust to Python power plant to start up the Python power plant, coal-fired power plant with dust. So all things we had done. Of course, you ask, where do you plant it? Where are the success stories? 2000 Jan, he bring a bag full with bamboo, tropical bamboo, to Batugu, and there he planted it. So after 7 years, it's all green. This is in Jasinga, the same, very interesting. You see, 2011, I am standing on where the bamboo is planted. In March 2013, they are already harvesting for paper. So amazingly, how quick it grows. Chinese spraying paper. This is coal mining. There is a lot of land where bamboo can be planted. This is Caltem prima coal. Caltem prima coal tried 100 types of trees. Nothing did grow. Why? Because the topsoil is not anymore there. So they finish the coal mining, the excavating, then they have to put topsoil. What happens? Nothing grows because it's only 80 centimeters of less, but all the bamboo grows. So that's another one. Wait. Yeah, that's KPC. There you go. You go back. This is in Bukit Assam. This is in Sumbawa. Also gold mining. This is steam mining, gold mining in gold mining. This is a plantation which was in Ketapan. Very bad soil. Nothing did grow there. It was quartz soil. But we planted bamboo there. And it's all green. It's a total forest. Unfortunately, it's not being used. It was planted to make biomass power plant, but they never made the plant. This is in Siberut. I sent bamboos to make an first off-grid power plant from bamboo in the world. All the people, it was in 3 villages. Every family got 100 plants. Unfortunately, my bamboo is still growing, but electricity is not working. So don't blame my bamboo, because my bamboo grows. Next one is Ketapan. Yeah, that we had it.
Mark, 2 minutes left.
Sorry?
2 minutes left.
2 minutes. That's not enough. Yeah. So I skip a little bit, but I want to show this is so this is working. One thing I want to show: we ship all over the world. We ship to 37 countries. In 37 countries, our bamboo is growing. One of the most amazing things is maybe Malawi. I was in Malawi last month, and there is no wood anymore. So what they do, they have to look for firewood, but there is no firewood anymore. So the idea now is from an American company who wants to, same thing like in Siberut, give to all the families bamboo so that they don't have to look anymore for firewood for the next years or hundreds of years. Because bamboo you plant and it keeps on growing. I cannot skip, yeah. Oh. Yeah, see, man. It comes back. Skip. Bisa bantu? Yeah, here, this one. This one is very nice. Oh, bisa balik? Yeah. This is the one I went Malawi. You see, the bamboo there, it's planted in 2015. This is the big one. But unfortunately, or fortunately, they make only charcoal from it. They cook with it. People have no wood. But it's totally green. It's an island. You see, around the plantation, there is no tree anymore. So that is working there. Yep. Next. Oh, we ship all over the world, Australia, Europe, South America. This is the 37 countries where we have the bamboo growing. This is how we ship. So we ship in boxes. What is the condition? We ship also in trucks. We did a lot of studies. We did studies on soil. We did studies on construction. We did studies on end products. We did studies on the food, the rebung, the shoot. Next. Yeah, this is bamboo biochar made by the University of Gadjah Mada. 5 universities proven that if you add charcoal to the soil, it's improvement. We are studying to make scaffolding, not anymore from iron, but from bamboo again. We are studying carbon sequestration, because carbon sequestration is all crap. Because why is carbon there? Carbon credits, everybody cheats. Because everybody wants to have money. The one who makes the proposal, he makes it so good that every company likes it. Because he gets a lot of money. The one who has the plantation, he likes it also because he can sell the one. And then the one who sells it internationally, he makes again money. So I do that with the University of Gadjah Mada. They break all my bamboos off. We have all the know-how because we have these different species. And then the next one. This is for soil stability. We also do that to prove that you can do soil stability because of the extensive root system. Yeah. I do also rotan in Siberut for bone replacement. Look for it. Green bone in Italy. We do that. Next. Yeah, one time. I asked my wife. My wife is from Klaten. She said, "No way, you plant a bamboo in the garden." So I planted. I say, "I give you a ring, ching ching," and then she said, "Okay, you can plant." So this is how it goes. And then you see how it goes. Then you see 2012. I go to Belgium and I come back and she put concrete in it. You see the concrete is gone. The biggest biomass in my garden was this bamboo. And then you see how it grows. It's and see how thick the columns are. This is seeds. This is the Merapi who erupted. I only tell the last story. The Merapi erupted, so we planted bamboo together with the school. And I go to the village, and I'm standing there together with the head of the village. And he said, "We are standing now on my house." So it was really 10, 15 meters high. And he said, "We have to plant bamboo." Because of what? Bamboo is a natural alarm. When the hot gases come out of the volcano, the bamboo will explode. And then we know, then we have to run. So that's it. Yeah, this is in Flores. I was there with the Bupati. And then he explained that he was surviving because he could drink every day a glass of water from under bamboo. So thank you. That was it. I cannot do it alone. My team is, of course, the best team.
Thank you, Mark. Impressive work. Okay, I can the next presenter, yeah, David Wijaya from Ibuku.
Thank you. Thank you. Kang, izin di sini ya Kang ya. Presentasinya. Nuhun ya. We are sharing our screen through Zoom. Yeah. So thank you for the committee, Kang Andri, Kang David. We came from Ibuku. My name is David. Beside me is my colleague Maxi. Ibuku means my mother. Basically, we are a design consultant in Bali, and we are providing architectural interior consultancy, design consultancy. So this is our office, basically. Our main value in the office and our projects, basically, we want to reconnect with nature. The main reason why we want to reconnect is just simply because we are part of the nature. And sometimes, like many people nowadays, like we are not purely aware and sensitive enough that we are part of the nature. So we just want to bring that connectivity where we still can create spaces for humans, for activity, but it's in the same times we also like reconnecting with the natures. So after this, Maxi will present a little bit about the bamboo material that we usually use for our projects.
Thanks, David. So I think I don't have to explain much about the species anymore, but mostly we're using couples of them in Ibuku Studio. We have like a sister company called Bamboo Pure that have collaborate with the local farmers. And actually in Ibuku and PT Bamboo Pure, we usually have use 7 type of bamboo. We call it bamboo petung. Bamboo petung itself has 2 type, black and blonde, and bamboo tali also have the same color. And then bamboo duri that has more thorn and quite curve. And then we have bamboo jajang in Bali and bamboo pancing. And then the other one is bamboo bona. So I think for the treatment process that PT Bamboo have done at the factory is basically bamboo came into the factory and then they're trying to rest before they treat or soak it into the container full of salt called boron. And then after that, they wash them and then dry it before it's sent to the project, to the site. Some of the sample for the blonde petung and black petung that we're using is basically mostly we're using for main structure. And bamboo tali is more smaller, but then has more straight. And as you can see at the screen there, we usually using it for rafters, some for the main structure as an arches, something like this. And then they have another type of color, which is black like this. And bamboo duri, as I mentioned before, it's have like a lot of turn and also have more character on curve. And yeah, mostly we're using it as a structure sometimes, or beam, or some kind of we cut it into a slide like that and then become bone, bamboo bone. We keep the bone in it and then make it into wall or furniture. Bambu jajang is smaller type of bamboo that we have, similar to pancing. This is pancing. Pancing, it's quite different from the jajang one. Jajang it's more straight, but pancing more has like a it's curved a little bit and it's strong. That's why we call it pancing, because people usually using it for fishing. Bambu bona, it's a small bamboo that has black tone like this, and we usually using it as a furniture, sometimes ceiling or maybe a wall, something like that. And other type of floor type that PT Bamboo and Ibuku has done in the project. And we love some of this traditional way, but we make it into more proper for the construction and house with treatment, of course. And yeah, I think I will pass the mic to my colleague, David.
So the second topic that we want to bring on this sharing session is a case study, basically. It's one of our recent completed projects at Green School, Bali. It's a gymnasium, basically. So this is the previous gymnasium that we built around 2009. And when we get the brief from the client to like renew the gym, I think that is a lot of opportunity that we can bring, basically. So we starting with a lot of design ideas. We are inviting all of our design members just to put all the ideas. And then on this project, basically, we have opportunity to collaborate with a structural engineer from UK called Atelier One. So we are discussing about these basic ideas. Of course, that we understand the gymnasium has a lot of function. One of it is for the sports. So we are like analyzing and studying about the free zone. For example, the green one, I think it's for basketball free zone. So there is no structure can be like bumping your head basically when you're doing sports. In one opportunity, we also meet Job Stam, which I believe everyone know a lot in the bamboo worlds. He is like a bamboo man, basically from Colombia/German. So he brings some ideas. How about if we can create ribs and then try to make a skin from fabrics, like a tensile architecture, basically. So we did some kind of iteration in the modelings. We did a lot of modelings in our projects, basically. So we did a lot of iteration, many ideas on how we can think that is the best one. So this is the first ideas, like ribs of bamboo arches, and then we cover it with tensile fabrics or membranes. So just want to show you, this is our final physical model. There is some kind of shifting from the client about the fabric or membrane itself. And then at one point, the decision is like, let's make a bamboo structures, but using a bamboo pelupu or bamboo single as the roof. So we are like brainstorming, coding along with Atelier One and how to make that come of to be reality, basically. So they are coming back to us with some idea about anticlastic grid shell. Not really sure how to define that kind of anticlastic grid shell, but what I understand is kind of like a Pringles. If you are like eating chips like a Pringles, so that's double curvature surface that is making the stiffness of the structure basically. So this is the first iteration from Atelier 1, understanding about this anticlastic grid shell ideas, and seems everything is makes sense. So we keep like continuing our design process. The very interesting fact about this project is between design, engineering, sampling and testing, and also construction, it's done by parallel. So we really understand we never did this kind of structure before. So like Atelier 1 suggesting we have to like create a lot of testing. So there is series of testing, start from the arches, the bamboo arches. And then also after that, there's series of testing about the splits that forming the grid shells. And after that, there is series of sampling when we are creating one-on-one scale of mock-up, just to testing all the comprehensive structural engineering things. So what we are sharing on this image now is like a single column testing. It's very manual. It's very traditional. It's just like one pole, and then we are like adding some weight, adding some load, and we are measuring how many kilos until the pole is breaks. Then another testing that we did together with PT Bamboo Pure along with Atelier 1 is like the bundling of arches. So we understand when we are like designing a gymnasium, we will need to create some kind of like a free span of structure basically. So the arches system is what we are choosing. And if I'm not wrong, the spans that we are creating is about 17, 18 meters basically. So that is the free span of arches that we are intending. And based on their calculation, they are suggesting to have like 6 bundle of Dendrocalamus asper. So we are doing that testing just to make sure that all the calculation is right. After series of testing about the bamboo arches, then the design team is like clarifying the construction documentation. And then at the same time, the construction team is started building the arches. So meanwhile, the Atelier 1 and PT Bamboo Pure is like investigating about the splits basically for the anticlastic grid shell material. So on this image is showing like there's one split hanging, and it's just like adding some load, and we want to measure about, I think this is like a tension test, and we put screw on it, and then we want to understand until how many kilos the screw is like tripping off the splits basically. So yeah, this is the test that we did together. Another sampling that we need to do is like a partially of like a grid shells. Anticlastic grid shell is made from splits. So we did this kind of test also, and then we just add load until it breaks, and all the calculation is like submitted to the engineers. So at one point, there is necessity to create one-on-one scale of mock-up before the construction can proceed into installing the grid shell. So we did like one-to-one mock-up. What I remember from this test is there is some compressive test and also a suction test basically, and everything we did by manually like this. So in this picture, it shows like kind of like a compressive test. And for the suction test, we did kind of like these methods basically. There is some dongkrak underneath, if you see that blue things underneath, and there is like scale, like standard scale, and the dongkrak is like pushing, and we can understand how many kilos or the load basically, and we can observe what is the deformation that happened on the surface. So the last test that we did is the surface itself, because we want to use bamboo shingle. So based on the test result, we have to do like a double single. So that will perform the anticlastic grid shell from splits. And then there's another double Plupu layer or like bamboo shingle layer, just to make all the structure intact and comprehensive. For sharing a bit about the construction here. So the idea is like to refurbish the original gym, and we want to keep also the foundation point. So we are not like adding a lot of foundation point. We just add like 10 to 15% in that points, but we are like redigging again our the existing foundation, and then we reinforce the foundation basically. So we try to minimize the civil works for this one. So just want to show some kind of a detail that we want also incorporate into the foundation, where we can like in architectural perspective, we can put some kind of space for sitting. So this is the lifting process. We create the arches in the ground basically. After that, there is like small crane going to the side and lifting that one by one. So after all the arches or the backbone is done, connected, then the grid shell is starting to create basically and installed on the side. And this is when we are like installing the Plupu, we call it Plupu, that is a crushed bamboo layers for the roofings. The first layers. So that is the process, and we just want to share with you, this is the end result, basically. This is from the interior perspective. Like we previously mentioned that we are purely understand we are building a big structure, that's for us, but we are willing to say that we also like keep all the details, like you see on the left side. We want to like keep all the details to be like human scale basically, and we want to preserve that in every of our design. We are glad to be awards, and this is one of our intention also, to like people start understanding and knowing about these materials, and we are glad that people start looking for this material. We believe this material can be one option for the future for the construction material basically. Hi, greetings from Bali and our team, Pak Andri and everyone. Apologize Elor Hadi cannot attend this session, but this is our team basically in this our office, and we are welcoming every one of you when you are visiting Bali, want to pass by to our office. We are pleased to meet you over there. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so I welcome our last presenter, Andri.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's already been tired. I know you're all already tired. Absolutely, this is not save the best for last. Maybe it's save the fun for last. Okay, I would like to show a little bit of my works. My presentation is called Biomass Building, Saving carbon for the future. After in the morning, there are so many things which is very deep into the thoughts. Now I would like to a little bit of relax because it's just a kind of slideshow. I would like to only highlight a little bit about the. It's already mentioned that the trend of the carbon is rising. Yeah, I think you all know about it, no doubt about it. And when we see what caused the problem of this is absolutely also so many things. I saw this one, the diagram, this one, and I only want to highlight, which is that that the plant absorb CO2 from the air to grow and decompose to release CO again. Yeah. And what I've done actually is trying to avoid the decay and then store the carbon dioxide into building material, or just using as charcoal for planting media or carbon sinks, literally carbon sink, because the conversion factor from the CO, the carbon dioxide to CO, that 44 divided by 12, which means that for every 12 grams of carbon, 44 grams of CO2 are sequestered. So basically, if we can convert everything from the air into the plant, and then we keep plant, it means that we sequester many, almost 3 times of the carbon dioxide from the air. So this is the things that I've done, trying to use a natural building material, which came from bamboo and also came from timber. And this is the some of the design that I've done so far. Because bamboo is one of the best CO2 sequester, according to literature, that the bamboo can absorb 62 ton per hectare per year, compared to other forests, like almost 4 times higher than the other forest. And also bamboo generates more oxygen than equivalent stand of tree. That's why I really like to introduce bamboo to the student of architecture as far as possible. So I live in this grihawi, I call it bamboo house. I live in bamboo house also. I promote bamboo and I live in bamboo house. And in my bamboo house, I use charcoal to be a planting media, carbon sink. And then I try to calculate how many tons that I've absorbed from the air, and then I store it into this into my roof garden. And it is estimated that approximately like 5,000 kilograms of CO2 been stored in 1.8 cubic meters of charcoal as a plant media for my roof garden in my bamboo house. And so far, it looks well. The plant grows very well also on top of this. Basically, I don't use any soil, because if I work, there are many soil there, then it's going to be dirty and etc. So I prefer to use only charcoal for planting media. Yeah, so it's quite well to now. And I also store the carbon in my house as a building material. Not only bamboo, but also I use timber, and I also use the strand woven bamboo. Yeah, so I store it in many possible way, like a wall here, a railing. I still use a masonry construction, because previously it was masonry construction, and I used the existing one, and I just did a bamboo structure on top of this building. So basically, I improve, or I add my houses with my old houses with bamboo on top of it. Yeah, so this is and from the up, and this is another in the interior of the building. So now I would like to move to the other structure, which I call is Great Hall OBI. It is in Jatiluhur, Indonesia. It was completed in 2011, and for the whole complex of this outward bound Indonesia facilities, they call it as a green school. They used 8,000 bamboo plants, and it could potentially sequester around 800,000 kilograms, or like 800 metric ton of CO2 over their lifespan. It means that as long as the bamboo there, we still keeping those CO2 into the building. And this is the structure that I've designed. Basically, we have like 20 meters of cantilever. 20 meters of span, and I solved this problem with 5 meters of cantilever in both sides and make a kind of floating roof in the middle. And I also use this hyperbolic paraboloid in the both end. And this is the entrance part. It looks like an analogy of an open hand to welcome everybody to come inside. And this is the interior of the building during the Bamboo Nation with Parahyangan University in 2000, don't remember, 15 if I'm not mistaken. And this is another program inside this building, Outward Bound Indonesia. And one of the features, the beautiful feature of this structure is this, my friends, Pak Triono call it the eye of gods. Yeah, like putting some transparent roof, yeah, in here. And the good thing is that it makes the light come inside the building, and it perform, or it's make a very beautiful pattern that's only happen the same in the next year because of the movement of the sun. So this is the good thing about this one, and you can see also the sunlight pattern on the floor, which is very beautiful. And this is also another picture during the AA visiting school in 2018. We conducted this one with John Naylor, and we are visiting this building. And I will be conducting another visiting school in here in ITB. And I hope I can go also there to visit this building. This will be conducted in November this year. This is another building that I've designed, a kind of a community center in Jatiluhur. The building sits on top of the very, very big rocks. It's just a very small structure. And then this is one of the recent bamboo mosques that I've designed. And after I calculated the use of bamboo there, it is estimated that approximately like 3 metric tons of carbon dioxide are stored in approximately 250 meters of bamboo used for this structure, with average diameter of 10 centimeters, and assuming carbon content of the bamboo is 47%. So as long as bamboo there, I'll keep those 3,000 3,000 kilograms of CO2 inside this building. And yeah, it started when mosque has been broke down after the earthquake, and then I'm appointed to design and build this structure. I have many experience in conducting workshop using reciprocal frame and also using the Factor Active to make much bigger structure. And then I found that in there are one of the very famous structure is this rice storage. So I try to combine this one And then I try to create also the conceptual structure of this, evolving from Da Vinci bridges into interactive structure, and then I combine these two for this mosque. And this is the structure that I've designed, and I've been helped by Bamboo Boss to build this one. Everything has been assembled as a prefabricated structure, and then built one by one on the outside. And then after that, we going into the inside, make many adjustment in the inside, and then make a strengthening. And this is the structure that has been opened in 2019. Yeah, this is the first Salah Jumat in there. So now I would like to move into the timber mosque. I did not only using bamboo, but I also trying to use other natural materials. In here, I choose the coconut timber. Why? Because coconut timber is available in Sulawesi. It's very good quality. And then I try to introduce also to use coconut timber for much bigger structure. And I'm also trying to calculate how many carbon that I absorb to make this building. And it is estimated that approximately like 44 metric tons, yeah, of CO2 are sequestered in this 24 cubic meters of coconut timber. Yeah. And this is the design, and this is the final result when I go there for grand opening. And this is the inside of the building. Everything has been made by this coconut timber. And I also combine with ferrocement structure here to make more rigidity in the context of earthquake. Okay, and this is another big building, a timber mosque in Palu, has been finished in 2020. In here, I use more timber. That it is estimated that approximately 77 metric tons of CO2 are stored in this 40 cubic meters of hardwood. Yeah, and this is the structure of 20 by 20. I try to use this, what do you call it? This structure and also folding structure to make this strong structure. And also I try to use this hardwood there because it's available also in Palu. But since I make very huge structure, and then I try to laminate it, this one. Yeah, so everything has been made by local worker. We don't use any worker from Java, for example. Everything has been done by the local, by people from Sulawesi. And we created this beam, and we make this kind of laminated, yeah, it's very manual laminated timber, but using hardwood, because in here I need to have like 9 to 60 centimeters of timber beam, and approximate weight of this is like 1 ton in the biggest beam that I've used in here. So everything has been made manually. Without any crane, without any a big machine. Everything has been done by tackles. And I also use this local made connector for here. And yeah, everything has been made manually. Everything has been erected manually without any big machine or crane. And then, yeah, this is the biggest beam that I've used. It's like the weight is like almost more than 1 ton. Yeah, this is the structure. Yeah, this you can see also the scale of the project comparing with the worker that works here. It's a huge structure. And this is after I finish it. After I finish the structure, you can see that this is the building, and this is the inside of the building. Yeah, this is the inside of the building after the opening ceremony, and you can see that we don't use any basically we don't use a frame. Yeah, this structure is based on the what do you call it, on the plane. Yeah, on the plane, on the folding plane, and also this lattice configuration. Yeah, using timber. Yeah, this is also during the opening. This is in the night, and this is in the night, and this is from above. Maybe this is a little bit of the. Yeah, this is from the top. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and this is a little bit of a video of the opening. I have 3 minutes left, right? I have timer here, don't worry. Okay. Yeah, it's a huge structure. I think maybe it's one of the biggest timber structure, at least in Sulawesi so far. Yeah, I was appointed by this my friend Pak Nova Iriansyah. He's at that time he is the governor of Aceh. They have a charity to build the building the mosque. Yeah, to build the mosque that has been destroyed by the earthquake. Yeah. Okay, and maybe one of the latest, I saw the presentation from Raul this morning using bamboo, engineered bamboo, and I've did also my one of my project using this strand woven bamboo, a very small structure, but it's quite nice. I designed this one and also built it in Bandung here, close to here. The project completed in 2017. And it's just a small prayer room, but everything has been made by bamboo, but it's engineered bamboo. Yeah. And this is another restaurant. I just quick because I already have, I don't have much time again. This is another restaurant I've designed with my colleague Pak Budi Faisal in here, also in Bandung. And this is another project in the Philippines with my friend Sanglai Architect. I became a structural designer and also builder for this structure, and it has been completed for the SEA Games in 2019. And thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Andri. Now we are in the discussion session, which I don't know how to conduct this conversation because we have a very wide variety of subjects in this afternoon. So the first four presenters, they are discussing about city settlement and how, and the impact and effect, the consequences about the development regarding that subject. And then the last three persons discussing more about materiality, about the process, the preparation, research, and design. So maybe I will go to the floor first. If there are somebody or there are people who would like to comment or make some questions about it.
Thank you. I want to comment. Thank you so much for all the beautiful presentations. I'm not an architect, so for me, it's really mind-blowing. This is so beautiful, the new kind of structure from bamboo and design and everything. So I'm very happy and congratulations for our friends. But then I want to try to relate back to the consciousness, sorry to say. Because it's a Kola project and conscious city. So when I watch the presentation, I keep thinking how to bring all this good idea into the consciousness of our people, not just us, designer, architect, the business material, building business, realtor property, not just this elite in this kind of areas. Yeah. I don't argue with this. This is part of our life. But then we have the big issue, the global consciousness of our planet that's decaying, sick. Yeah, have a big issues here. I don't want to be, again, I'm sorry if I just keep talking and provoking and asking your support, togetherness, collaborations to bring about this awareness, consciousness. So I'm thinking, while we have those beautiful buildings, can we get the local people, then you as the one that understand the whole issue, try to do your best to raise the awareness, to raise the consciousness to the local while you're building this one. You're busy with this one for sure. Then how then you spend your time, get the locals. Do you have the bamboo in your yard? Okay, and then how do you use your bamboo? To keep talking, live communication, raising consciousness about the human and the nature relationships, and you can show, demonstrate beautifully, this is what we can do here. You can do for your own, I don't know, the kitchen, whatever you think is appropriate. But then by having this design into the conversation, into the dialogue, then we contribute a little on this consciousness. So just don't become an elite architect, planners, business people, and live in our own. Yeah, I admire your beautiful design. I cannot do this for sure. But then I'm still keep thinking, because then other part of the world and Indonesia as well. I know bamboo because in my hometown in East Java, we have the bamboo thing, but we never think about the bamboo becomes such a beautiful product like this. If you can talk, then perhaps the next somebody want to build their mosque or their kitchen, then they just new thinking, hey, I can use this bamboo from building material. I don't need to buy the cement and those from the building materials shops. Then they start to connect with the bamboo and the environment and why then we have to the bamboo. I just want to reflect while watching the presentation, share with you the way I've been watching your presentation. This is a beautiful way to really bring the consciousness. And with all my admiration and respect here. Now, why then suddenly all the other countries want our bamboo? So what's going on here? If we still keep doing our business for sure, yeah, which is something that we have to do. But then we can also talk to other people that, hey, now we are depleting our woods, our timber. Kalimantan, when I was in the 70s, cut our trees. There is no more timber. There's only oil palm and some of the pulp, short-lived ones, quick harvest pulp trees for Sinarmas, I don't know, pulp and paper in Rio. So all the biomass pulp been taken by the companies here. And in other part of the world, they need some building materials, and we provide our bamboo, and we can export for sure. We can make money with this. But then what's going on here? I will be supplying all the plating material in other part of the world, And then how about ourselves here? So I just keep thinking, I'm going to share with you honestly, openly, with all my respect to your presentation, because you kind of mind awakening for me myself. Yeah. So then, how about the land? In a problematic land, what is the critical land? That okay, we have bamboo here, but if we to compete our bamboo with the land for food, we repeat the similar tragedy of palm oil in Sumatra, with the palm oil farmers cannot plant their food because it's against the land use zoning regulations. So somebody coming from the local government, you cannot plant this cassava because this is the location is dedicated for palm oil. So when the palm oil crisis happened in Sumatra, I know they cannot have food because they don't have something to eat from the yard, and they don't have cash because the prices are dropping, and there's a big disaster for 100,000 local palm oil owners. So this is a lesson learned here. Then we can use bamboo to awaken. No, okay, let's do our bamboo plant. Don't compete with your cassava or whatever for forest food yard, because you need this one, okay? But we need this amount of bamboo. We can calculate this one through these whatever the ecological economic principles, how much we can afford to have this one, and how much is still balanced in the ecologically local setting here. We can ask our friends to help. And then there is the local consciousness about, hey, we can do this with our bamboo. We can build this one. We can make money. We can build the bamboo cooperative, bamboo co-op, and then work with our company here to export whatever we think. And we increase the livelihood while maintain the, I don't know, this is a lot of things with this only one bamboo. I can talk like this, bro. I think there are more people, smarter people, more intelligent, can have a better narrative than what I'm trying to do here. If all the architects, designers, planners talk like this in different parts of Indonesia or the world, I think your ideas of a conscious city could be something that really happening and create a difference. So by the way, yeah, my apology if I talk too much, but this is my real sharing, reflecting of your presentation, and there are ways to do something with bamboo and consciousness, but we should go beyond our current comfortable position. Yeah, we have to go beyond. We have to share our privilege here with the other part of our society here, and then hopefully the next coming years something new. I don't know. I've never want to predict, but if we do something, there will be something else, a response to what we act, and there will be another response for what they act, and then we do. Suddenly there are some movement going on the consciousness about the ecosystem, eco industry through the bamboo, and the coconut trees as well, and some other I don't know, nature resources as well. So then we hopefully we make the difference. So thank you for having me in this session. Thank you for allowing me to sharing, and I'm hopeful that we can do something from this future. Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you. I have just a few very short comments because this afternoon session talks even more about climate change. That renowned scholar giving it a nickname, perfect moral storm. And so I think I'd like also to share some of what I understand. Maybe not to invite a long, lengthy discussion, but just to give it a thought. First of all, just very small thing with Andri. Please check again the number because in 2008, just before Wall Street collapsed, there's a scam carbon trading scheme for Aceh. That's actually triggered by a small gang in Melbourne, where I stationed there. and working with a group of environmentalists. Actually, I know some of them in Aceh, and so they want to sell and create. This is very interesting. So the idea of creating value is actually starting with setting boundaries. And what they did is actually setting the boundaries of a forest, carbon forest. It's called, actually there is no such a thing. So people at the kampong or mukim level, nobody knows about this name. For some reasons, I forgot the name, but I can see, and it's big, 750,000 hectares. So the way the money will be distributed is also very interesting. I think 60% goes to the investor, and then local government got 20 or something, and of course the ordinary people got probably less than 5%, just like Nike shoes. And what happened is then the 2008 in October, of course, we know Wall Street collapsed, and so the failed, and a lot of commotions there. But what I'd like to highlight is how they sell the carbon. And so first they have to equate. So as with capitalism, you have to equate everything. Everything can be converted into each other. And so, for example, if you inflict pains, then you can pay, right? That kind of thing. And they equate the whole forest, bogus name of a certain biome. They sell it as using the equivalent of Rasamala. And they said Rasamala, if the forest is like the whole forest is Rasamala, it's 165 ton per hectares. So maybe you can check and correct me if I'm wrong, because you said bamboo has the highest carbon content. And but in relation to that, actually, even if you manage to nurture like 100 Andri from ITB, right? It won't help to delay the worsening or the deepening of the crisis. That actually because of the runaway fossil fuel consumptions and extractions. We can feel good. I appreciate so much, and I would like to learn firsthand sebagai anak kelas 0 to Andri. It's fabulous. And now I sort of tempting me to maybe it's good to return to architecture. I mean, after seeing your, no, really, seriously, so beautiful. And so, and lots of serious readings to refute the theories that actually offset can go. Yeah, it's against theories from the economic sides, abundant. I have a friend, Steve Keen, that actually predicted 2008 Wall Street fall almost to the day, very detailed. He also stationed in Australia before. And he used to poke fun at this because, and one of my favorite sentences, I really wonder, I really appreciate how economists can come with very serious model of economic consequences based on a single number at the global level with confidence. This, no doubt, is into numbers crunching and all that. And so this relates also to the idea that with the opening up of carbon market in Indonesia, particularly starting this year, we can see a lot of things going on. I agree with that. First is actually, it's good for the fiscal deficit situations that's already perennial in Indonesia and in many of the global south countries. But beyond that, you see extractions, logging taking place 24/7 for, if my number corrects from my informants, about 15 million hectares of tropical rainforest until now. And I witnessed directly with my eyes. I made video and all that. It happens across the archipelago. So even in Indonesia, and you can imagine 99 coal-fired power plants now is endorsed actually to exchange using money. Basically, if I own a coal-fired power plant and Andri got one, I will say this thing to Andri because you emit more than me. Andri, just emit more, do nothing, just pay me because I use less than targeted for me. And you can imagine what happened. And beyond that, actually, the extractive industries to get critical minerals for batteries use more coals. Yeah, in across Maluku, one particular thing, the Weda Bay complex, there are 11 smelters for nickels. Each smelter fits on one coal-fired power plant that use up 5,000 tons of coal each day, 24/7. So we do a little bit of calculations. It's actually what happened is not transitions, but diversifications. So now oil and gas guys grab geothermals, batteries, the whole thing. And this is also to Mark, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So the bamboo sites, no, don't worry. I'm still an architect, you know, I'm admire that. But you said something that actually ticklish to my ear because you mentioned about Siberut. And I know exactly that is ridiculous, the things in Siberut. Maybe you know much better than I do. And you can read, you know, Mongabay, you can, there's a movie already done now. And I talked directly to the village head, to the people there, because I do a lot of canoeing and all that there. So it's actually a scandal. But beyond that, if there was no scandal, the idea of switching HTI, meaning tree plantations, into energy plantations by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry is actually very interesting because it responded to the market's idea about early retirement of coal-fired power plants. What's so amazing about this energy transitions, including the new investment plan, so-called Just Energy Transitions partnerships, that's the letter of intent is signed in Bali during the G20. Nothing, no words is mentioned about oil and gas. So in fact, you can read daily on papers, the target is getting increasing every year about the lifting target for oil and gas. Also for coal, for sure. So we don't really talk energy as object out there. Energy should be taken, I think, as a useful, something like a tool actually, to represent many different things. And this actually would put pressure on us. I mean, particularly for the practitioners in the front line, those who deal with, a truly serious, keen effort to talk about design, developing alternative urban setting and all that, actually to dig a bit deeper and be more humble and to see history more clearly. So I know it's not fair because Johnny is not here because he presented online. But actually I have just a little comments for Johnny.
You mean John Palmisi?
John, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the idea of having this Cosmo city or something like that, of course, I understand that as somebody that's trained at the school, for example. But on whose terms? we have hundreds of years of colonialisms by the northern countries. Yeah, Africa has been devastated by Britain, by Belgium and all that. And now, because the world is in that conditions, we have to do something. There's a mix of things. 7 Earth, we have to mix. And then we have to do this. And you will push us in the South to comply with this gorgeous, highly intellectual imaginations about what could be done. So the catastrophic discourse sometimes trick us into rush, and not to see things clearly. And I'm sorry if this is sounds irritating and all that, but I think we deal with the real life of the real people on the so-called sacrifice zones. And to mind us all, Indonesia, the archipelago, is one of those sacrifice zones. Besides Democratic Republic of Congo, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, and all these things. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Yoyo, yeah, for the. I think the input, yeah, is not the question because I'm not into this number actually. Yeah. I do agree that I need to take a look again about the number because actually I just taken from other research, and I will check again what kind of research is that. It's very good input, but something that crossed in my mind that because I did also using bamboo because in my mind it would help. I don't know how good it is. How good it is to give a kind of better environment, yeah, by absorbing the carbon into the bamboo and then just preserve the bamboo as long as possible, or convert it into charcoal and then preserve it as long as possible. It's just then I came across that I have another question. Is it helpful, or how helpful it is to continue this practice, Pak Yoyo?
Proliferate, do it more and more. It's good and it's important. For example, until now, we don't really seriously talk about the alternative of concrete, right? So we destroy in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is the largest region in the world that destroy cars. Compared to East European countries and all that. And in Southeast Asia, Indonesia is the sixth country because we destroy cars like crazy. But we can not just blame Indonesia because that's happened since 2010 when all these less than 50 megawatts coal-fired power plant in China being closed, and including also the most carbon emitting plants like cement and all that. So the market shift, industrial locations, and we becoming also grabbing cement factory in Vietnam and all that. The second is actually, yes, of course, ITB, for example, should go further bamboo, working with Mark, working with Raul and all that, but it won't help to expedite solutions to global warming and climate change. Because you can do absolutely nothing more, just pay, and you can increase your emissions. And I have the number, overwhelming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the idea is just using bamboo, at least reducing the use of concrete, the use of steel, at least, yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, do you want to make comment?
Yeah, I'm going to make some comments, but first, I wanted to ask you at least one question because I think we also should have questions. And I wanted to ask a question to Nashim. Sorry, Nashim. When I phoned you, when we had this preparatory talk on telephone, right? you said you were just about you were in Sumatra and just came out of a meeting, right, with some stakeholders related to palm oil, but you didn't show anything about that meeting. So I wanted to ask you, can you just say a few words about that meeting, because it sounded really incredible. You said it was full of tension.
Yeah, so no, but in my role, as the head of this organization, I am sometimes careful about what I share with my face. No, but we were in South Sumatra preparing for the peak of the dry season. This year, the El Nino, they're expecting a lot of forest fires to occur. One of the priority areas by the national government is there's 7 priority provinces. One of them is South Sumatra. So as our socialization, we went there working with the government who invited us, the local emergency management agency, to socialize about our platform, how people could get involved and report about forest fires. But of course, all disasters are political. If we thought flooding was political in Jakarta, the amount of politics, as I'm sure many people here know, related to forest fires and the palm oil industry is very tense in Sumatra. And so that's what the tension I was referring to, is that we, as an NGO, we interface with all of them, with the palm oil companies, with the emergency management agencies, with activists, and with the communities who are facing the fires. And when their comment is like, why?
Any possibility? Because there's recording. Some recording can only hear the other kitchen. I respect their work.
So I think one of the comments that, like, our focus is working with people who are living directly with the hazards. And one of the comments that always comes up is, why is this not a concern until it affects other countries? And so the haze only became a concern in 2015, for example, when it affected Singapore. And then it's like a national concern. It's because it's like, this is bad for our reputation. And then it goes back to investment, about who wants to invest in Indonesia if the reputation of the country is not environmentally friendly. And so there's all this manipulation then of the data to make sure that Indonesia outfacing looks good. But I think we must pay attention to the other stories that are still silenced in different ways now. And so if we had colonialism, we can't say it's in the past, but it was silencing particular knowledges. Now there's different forms of that perpetuating, that there are certain facts that are suppressed, that I think we must find creative ways. How do we bring these to the surface while maintaining everyone's safety? I think that's also another concern. Everyone had different ideas about, for us, what it means to report forest fires is that everyone can help each other. And like, we're going to do this together. For other people, yeah, well, Kamal's already laughing, because that's not, for other people, it's like, well, who is reporting the fire? So, we know who is the snitch, something like that. Some of the tensions. I don't know if that answers the question.
Thank you for sharing. So I thought it was also quite powerful what you showed, and you showed also dilemmas coming up. And if I can dive into my mythology for a moment, we humans always have had a need to control, and that's why we create. We have religion, we have myths and things like that, and this is a way of ordering the world, right? Somehow making sense out of it. So when you're talking about the fear for control, for control rooms, right? I've experienced this also when I was in my smart city period, right? At some point, colleagues really started to fight against me, right? They said you're just after the money, and then the data security became a problem, and then the control rooms became, the research on control rooms became a hugely funded thing, right? And I said that's good because I've seen, there's a smart city room in Jakarta, in Surabaya, there's one that's mostly about flooding and traffic, right? So, and now I'm also turning, because some of the things I have shown, for example, the value chain that I showed, this proto-digital twin, one of the things that I learned in building up that project is that there is nobody designing this. There's nobody out there, and there's no discipline that actually designs a value chain of creating a biogenic city. And this is partly something I see it almost like my mission to turn that into a discipline, because I realize there's many disciplines, and then the market forces and so on and everything you and all of you are talking about, but there's nobody designing all of this because it's too fragmented. And I think it's quite important to create an aesthetic for it, first of all, because aesthetic is necessary, right? Your presentation is also aesthetic in a way. So because we have to, bring people on board, but there's also a necessary continuity along such a whole process. And let's dive into architecture for a moment. If you look at the work of Borromini, right? And some of the work was shown by you guys, for example, it reminds me of Borromini, right? This process of understanding the material to such a degree, you can have a hanging vault, right? That's what Borromini did, right? His clients thought that his vault was going to collapse, but no, because of further compression, right? It's possible to create a hanging vault. Now you're doing this bamboo. So, those architects had to somehow design the complete value chain, like he worked with the brick makers, right? In Rome. So, and I think the necessity that we design, in fact, a complete a kind of profession for this total value chain from, let's say, natural materials to habitat. We don't have. This is something I learned. That's why I'm really going back to my earlier smart city period, where we also, we looked at control rooms and so forth. Especially here in Indonesia, because Indonesia was very fast. It created some of the first smart city control rooms, right? And now I'm going back. I'm actually claiming that those screens I showed you, that is in fact a de facto prototype control room. Because I believe it's actually necessary to come back to a sense of unity, like mythology, where we have mythological processes to create a cosmological unity. If not, we just go mad. We don't understand anything. So I think we need this. We need poetry and we need mythology. And therefore, I think we can play with the idea of control, right? It's never real. It's not complete. That's probably Henry would immediately tell me off, right? that it's just, an atavar of control. Sure, but that's okay. That's okay. So, because when you work with the software, I think it's very beautiful. And maybe two comments. That goes back to the question I asked Henry, right? The notion of form and diagrammatization, the way he shows things, right? That means he uses certain diagrams, and the diagrams are a form. And then he told me that he's really in complexity theory, right? Me too, and cybernetics also, by the way. And for that, you need to somehow create an essence of form. But when you show the three diagrams of your dynamic databases, that is pure geometry. So I would say form is actually the basis of this work of linking so many people together, because software is all about geometry. In fact, only geometry, basically. And so I think that rises up to the level of a dilemma that I'm continuously fighting with. Right, I work with industrial partners, and I'm, eternally skeptical. But at the same time, I believe we have to use their practice, and we have to use the form of geometry. And more I'm beginning to talk about geometry as a basis let's say, shifting the curves. And I think that's what you're working on, because you're also working on a kind of redundancy. You say, well, there's all this stuff, all this technology, but redundancy is a kind of core part of it. Because the redundancy of the software allows you to create this quick reaction. And that's something that was missing in the smart city period. That was all goal-oriented, all solution-based. And I'm beginning to feel there are no solutions. We don't have goals. So we don't have problems either, actually. So I like to get rid of problems, right? We don't have problems, because it's what it is. Climate crisis is terrible and it's getting worse. The number of, I hope this is a fact, right? But it's the German forest agency that came up with this fact. In 1 year time, 10% of the global rainforest was lost. Very simple. They because they watched, right? The whole, just imagine 10%. So in 10 years' time, it's gone. Well, maybe my mathematics is a bit simple, but so that is, if that's a fact, that is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. So probably maybe we can mitigate it, but those brutal facts are really something, and they scare me. And I think for that we need some grip on something. And so I was really excited with you, but I would say that there is a need for something that keeps together. Let's believe in science and geometry, but also believe in some sort of holistic, something holistic. And this is why the consciousness comes back in again, because I believe, like in Germany now, everybody's scared of AI, right? These new bots and things like that. Everybody's scared, but why are you scared of it? That's another technology. Just like you go to the dentist, you have a technology. So I think we have to be very cunning, and we so know what we do with these. I've seen architects working a bit similar like you, but although not as beautiful, that use AI to test the structural facilities, the capacities, right, to get it right, the curves. Why not? It's just patterns, right, in the AI. So to come back to your point, I disagree actually with you, because I think at some point, if you look at a whole chain, let's say bio-based materials, and everything would be working, which is a utopia, right? And if you scale it up on a global scale, I think we can create a change. It's not about bamboo itself, but it's about the sequestration and turning every form of construction into biogenic material. Everything. That's my basis, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't even be sitting here. I wouldn't come here. I wouldn't be interested. Then it's just another material and another something. So the premise with which we work is that the full stop to anything is mineral based, full stop oil, and your energy theme is hugely important. And so basically, city, or any form of construction in the city has to in itself create its own energy. Right? That's another basic premise. So there's a series of basic premises that address what you're talking about. And I think biogenic production is possibly one of the ways of pushing forward and actually making a difference. I say this hesitantly. It is experimental, and otherwise I would be completely on your side and say, well, forget it, right? The numbers are so threatening. But I think we have to believe in the possibility. And that also comes out of recent discussions I've been having with many, many forest experts. Yeah, like 2 days ago, I was sitting with a forest expert of Thailand, the main bamboo expert, but he's actually a forest expert. He's into the DNA bamboo, as he calls it himself. And it's incredible to listen and to these people. And I'm also talking to forest people in Europe. It's amazing the way they speak about forests, right? And the need to nurture forests. And there's two fallacies that we have to accept. A is conservation of forest is a problem. You cannot conserve rainforest because it's too late. And B, that the regeneration is a huge problem. You cannot just regenerate a rainforest. So what we've been talking to with experts is the possibility of creating a series of stepping stones, where first of all you wean off palm oil and soya beans and things like that, and second of all you create plantations that are either monocultures first of all, and then gradually our mixed biodiverse cultures that are like a stepping stone towards reoccupying some land that is the destroyed rainforest. And partly I was very happy to hear Mark talking about the plantation on mines. We were looking at that in Kalimantan ourselves, mining land, because then the theme moves into the regeneration of rainforest, actually, and not anymore just architecture or building cities. And that leads us to an interesting thing that we're working with, which is that city growth is something that's very hard to stop. And I tell you this because colleagues of mine in Germany saying, we should not build anything anymore. No more houses, no more new construction, finished. The world is full. And then I tell them, come with me to Indonesia next time and try to tell this to the people of Indonesia. No more new mosques, no more new houses. I mean, are you kidding? Hey, what's going on in Germany? This sounds great, but you're coming here. This is something else. Or in Africa, right? So I think we have to see this. These conservationists, radical movements are very tough, very big and dangerous, I would say. I think we have to kind of negotiate this conservationist movements and deal with, I think, all the methods and technologies that you were talking about now. Because I think we need them, and I think we need the industry to scale up. That's your point, I think, to scale up and to kind of radicalize. And I think it's really about radicalizing any form of industry and turn it into our purpose. And so that's why I only moved gradually into wood. That was never my kind of background, or even bamboo, because I felt I was getting the same kind of feedback from you. Well, it's nice, you know, it's great, nice. But then I thought this was Mark, great to hear Mark, because I thought his lecture was a great turning point in today. Because I told him, you're talking about birth, right? The birth. He's talking about the birth of this material, you know, the soil, because the cycle of carbon starts in the soil, right? And it goes up in the plant. And then when the plant matures, at some point also it stops sequestering this carbon, right? And when we talk about this 3S method, namely the sink, the storage, and the substitution means moving away from fossil fuels and carbon, minerals, things. That kind of sequence from sink to storage is now, I think, a huge responsibility for humanity. And so any form of construction should be about storage and sequestration. And if not, it's a crime. I think it should become so radical as this, which means that the promise you related to in housing in the new capital, I would shift that into kind of making new norms that have to be radically changed, right? Tomorrow I'm here in the test center of Wapenes, right, outside London, to see, because we want to start a certification process of engineered bamboo to turn it into norms, so that it becomes potentially a necessity. Which means also you could turn it into emergency projects, because emergency projects are a huge thing as well. But how can you react quickly to emergencies when you don't have agile supply chains that follow maybe the kind of social nets that Najin is talking about, but that are also very agile and quick in moving materials from one place to another. This is why on Thursday I'm in Surabaya again to talk further with ITS, because one of the things we're talking with them is that the maritime highway of Indonesia becomes a major supply chain link for the urbanization of Indonesia, because you cannot expect that all materials come from one island and are used in the same island. Even Seppo this morning was saying the same. You cannot do it. You just can't. We wish that. We wish it comes from 50 kilometers, 500 kilometers. The reality is not so simple. And so you have to very agile supply chains. And if the maritime highway is number one strategy for Indonesia, because geostrategic changes in the Southeast Asia, then use it. And use it to get up to the numbers where you can sequester and store enough that there is actually a difference. And at that moment, Indonesia is in the forefront of these kind of developments. Right? It's not a half developed or however, whatever you call it correctly these days. Right? I don't know what the terminology is, but it's actually at the forefront because the dynamic change. At that point, that moment, dynamic change is good. Of course, business as usual means the curves just keep rising, right? Just more emission and just more energy use and so on and so forth. And yes, on the pessimistic side, it may happen, just like it is. But you can also say, but hold on, the dynamic change we have happening here, covered by all of you here this afternoon, is an incredible opportunity. Absolutely incredible that we don't have in Europe. In Europe, we make some good machinery, but now we're now beginning to develop some sort of notion of an overall value chain. But first of all, Europe's regulations are already very stringent. Growth is not big, so increased reduction of CO2 emissions in Europe changed very little in the world, very, very little. So in that sense, it's up to you really to. But the same I discussed with African partners, with kind of African students also. Africa, of course, is the next big wave, much bigger wave. So in that sense, I think the growth here is also an opportunity. I think that should be kind of the theme of well, of course, the new capital, but that's only one part. Probably only a small part, I would actually say, you know, if you look at other cities, Makassar, and so, you know, the growth is much bigger in other places in Indonesia. So, and the infrastructure is bigger. But then I think you need both the beauty of projects Ibuku, which is actually very fascinating because it goes back and forth between the technology of the bamboo in its raw state, and as well this kind of distributed intelligence that you are talking about, which is really what I think you really capture there, or you are at the forefront. I'm just following this notion of consciousness. That is the second skin. It's really a new space where this new innovation happens. So thank you. This was quite an ambitious undertaking to set this up.
Yeah, thank you all. We have passed our times actually, but I think before I close the session, I would like, I
just have a short, maybe not a rejoinder, but just appreciations of what you just also using while you say things. One is actually, lest we forget, I think we're not talking about things about nature in European sense. Nature is something out there and human is here. And so, for example, Aborigines is part of nature, for example, not that kind of things. So we deal seriously when we talk about crisis and the deepening crisis. And it's not beginning with the telltales about climate change actually, but it's way longer as we all know. So we deal with suffering and trauma. Yeah, that's very real. And for those of us that do not have that experience, I think this is the time also not to talk about business, not to talk about technical solutions to climate change, but to appreciate the suffering. It's very hard actually to grasp this, even in the media, and I work all the time with friends in the media. One word that actually comes to mind when you elaborate your points, I think it's the word solastalgia. Solastalgia. Solastalgia is actually came out of musing of a poet, I believe in Ecuador, or not in Brazil, meaning the utmost longing for the home that I lived before this time. You know, I miss that home. I miss that place. That's seriously, Indonesian archipelago is now should be called the archipelago of refugees. And no statistical accounts from the PPS actually work on that anymore, like the old one, like Kevin Johnson that used to talk about it in, for example, in the planning circle and all that. And my school actually worked quite hard on that, and even more with the energy transitions and the nickel bowl in Eastern Indonesia. You don't want to know the making of refugees last year. 10,000 youngsters, women and men, flocked into Weda Bay in Halmahera, and 5,000 from corner in the small island of Haruku. And with this exodus into the with laborers, with the proletarians, comes sex work, casual or professional. So we cannot talk, for example, about battery components without saying something about the sufferings of women in this nickel bowl of Indonesia. So this is, and it's much harder to talk about this than to talk about bamboo in the room. The second is actually, I'd like to return to Kemal's reminders about Jordeshu Rohan. It's also, I read a lot of his work, particularly on the curve fitting attitudes and also on the questions of entropy. So, of course, there is no limit to what we should or must do in this time of crisis. There, of course, this saying that until one day before everything ends, actually, we should work on, resisting the disruptions. But I'd like to remind that when we talk about energy, including material and energy, of course, it's, physically speaking, theoretically speaking, can be read as one. There is this E with capital E, and there is E with small e. Energy is now abstracted and put as a superior forms of energy that ordinary people like myself, since I stay in small islands, I cannot compete. I befriend a lot of mamas, mothers on the islands of Solor, for example, that now being ashamed to use the fruit of nitas, that the seeds actually can produce light. So they will ask their kid to work on homework last night, tonight. How many friends will you get? 2. Okay, so she will make a calculations, and then they just put it on the skewers and then light it. After 2 hours, then she prepare it, or chestnut. So a friend of mine actually suggested maybe we should distance ourselves from these pompous technical terms in dealing with the crisis and get more simple questions to ourselves and to our friends at the kampung level. And the question is, according to him, whose side are you on? That is much more fundamental things. Because everything can turn into business these days, including the crisis, just like shorting in capital market. So, and one thing also about bamboo demands land. Reminds me of the late Bush administrations when he just about to get out of the office. He make this edict that the energy consumption in the US should return to biofuel and all that. And a group of friends of mine in Vermont did the calculations, and then it's impossible because we will lose so much food producing areas in the US. And so we also have to be humble in this, and I think one way to say it differently is actually maybe we should stop to try to quantify everything and be non-Cartesian about things. we are get, weak point, particularly the school, segments of the society. Thank you.
Thank you. I think and that ends our session to this afternoon, this evening probably. So I mean, I wouldn't add anything. I think Raul already almost summary everything that we had this afternoon. And then I just would like to say thank you to all the participants, all the speakers that until now still with us. So I will give back the event to the organizer.
Thank you, Mr. David. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our session has come to an end. Once again, I would like to thank all the amazing speakers we've had today. Thank you for taking the time and effort to be present here today and share with us their knowledge and expertise. Once again, let's have a round of applause.
Thank you guys. Thank all of you.
Thank you, sir. Also, thank you for all of the guests for their participation and enthusiasm, both of the who are present here in this hall and those who are present on Zoom. Before I wrap this up, I'd like to remind you that we still have a lot of snacks and beverages at the back, so please do enjoy them and take it as a networking session. And also we have an architecture exhibition in the architecture building, which showcases the best designs from both architects and students. And please do take the time to visit them. If you need help to find where the building is, you can ask any of our crew to direct you. Okay, that's all from me. On behalf of the organizing crew and the committee, I apologize for any mistakes and inconveniences in the running of this show. Thank you very much for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you please, we are going to do a documentation session. So if you please gather on this in front of the stage, and we'll have a picture session.
I got a lot of them. So.
For everyone in the Zoom meeting, if you want to, you can turn your camera on, as we will have a documentational session. Maybe a little bit to the right. Maybe everyone can kind of squeeze into the middle a little bit. Okay, good. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got it. Another one. 5, 4. Okay. Okay. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Another one. Last one, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. One more time with the Zoom meeting. With all the Zoom participants. Okay. Ready, everyone? Okay. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, got it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Congratulations, AA and ITB.